everybody, and welcome with us, Ginton Dice, to our final episode. So please, why don't you
Whoa!
go ahead and grab a seat, get a drink, sit back and relax as you watch us, a
Why
bunch
can't I
of
grab my
nerdy
dog?
friends who plays on a virtual table, Dungeons and Dragons.
Doggons or
Dungeons
doggons.
and Dragons?
Doggins and
Dogs and cats.
Pathfinder.
Yeah.
Dragons and Dungeons?
Well,
Dragons
no,
in Dungeons.
that's look, guys, that's the third
Accountants and
campaign.
banks.
Okay, I need you to not ruin.
Or dads in Dungeons. There you go.
There you go. That's
Oh,
what.
there
Well,
Well,
three.
I better get out of here then.
Dungeons plus Cole.
Let's go.
Yeah, it has to be three dads and something else, and then Cole. Like
Yeah.
So
three.
next campaign we're gonna play 3 dads and Cole.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's how it's going to be. I'm gonna put all these out here. So, welcome everybody to our
Don't worry.
final episode of Campaign 1 of the Ostax Trials. But we're not quite done yet, so why don't we finish up? You guys want to finish up?
Sure.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's up to you guys if you want to finish.
No, but let me continue.
Ah,
don't
yeah,
care.
yeah.
So-
It's your choice.
Fuck campaign 2.
If we are going to be doing that, I want to take this off. Okay, thank you. Alright, well, where we last left off, you guys, after defeating Lily and rescuing the Raven Queen from her dungeon, in a sense, or they were still siphoning power, you guys chose the options out of the two she gave you to either be full healed and sent off to go fight the Titan immediately, with plenty of time to spare as she have only broken one shackle, where you guys chose the rest tonight and bring in an ally and be a step closer to possibly her breaking all of the shackles. You guys summoning Sabora and filling her in on some of the details as you all pretty much get ready for your fights, or the final fight to be exact. When she was summoned, you all had a conversation while Tay started the ritual of awakening, which is a Feywild creation allowing a individual to become of a Titan-like status, but with the unfortunate part of sacrificing their actual life and not just dying, but in a close sense being erased from existence. They don't go to another realm, they just vanish. With Tay choosing this upon herself, you guys, again, filling in information until she was done. And the second she was done, you all pretty much did a insane amount of buffs the second you guys were being teleported out. There, you guys got teleported to this asteroid-like rock that floats almost on the border between the Shadowfell and the Astral Sea, to help prevent anybody from just casually strolling over there. Plus the fact you have to actually know the location or who's even there to even find it. So, the second you guys landed, Tay, you, in your astral-like form, your spiritual form, grew in size to match this Titan who featured heavy resemblance to Akuma, but with a lower half of a snake-like body. Seeing how this, not even a giant, but this monstrosity of an entity, as part of its neck and right arm was unchained, as she was currently working on the left hand side of his when you guys showed up. As you grew in size, Tay, to match uh, and to start your attack, that's when a very familiar golden Goro came down, uh, seeming slightly different, but being on the side of the Titan. After that, you all fought respectfully your own little battles, as Orisa, Sabora, and Podan were, and Alec, forgive me, as you guys were going off against Goro, trying to really just defeat him and keep him at bay while Tay continued with the Titan like she was meant to do. After a very quick battle that you all were extremely prepared and knew the consequences, you knew that this was no time to mess around. You guys took care of the problem. With Goro being bulleted by coins, birds, or flying snakes, um, a rock, I think, or two fists. It's one or the other, and
Got fisted at the end.
and a couple of, I think
Double.
it was scorching rays.
Everything.
He-
Was it 16 attacks in one round?
He
Twice?
got he got melted pretty fast. But
In the round total, 12 of mine hit, and then did all 10 of your coins hit? There's 22
yeah,
plus the
something like
3
that.
scorching rays, 25.
Four scorching rays and 2 monkey
sorry,
fists.
26. Plus 2 monkey fists. 28 total
28.
attacks in one round, and plus if he had been hit by anyone else.
I don't think he was hit by anybody.
I think he got lightning bolt by Sabura at some point as well.
Earlier
If it was
before.
during that round, that would be 29.
That was
total
earlier.
No,
hits.
it was
Yeah.
earlier. It
Oh,
wasn't
okay.
during that.
And 28 total hits in one round.
Yeah, he got melted. But that made it easy. While the Titan Medusa herself did focus on not just Tay, but also the people behind Tay that trying to create disturbance and weaken everybody else.
She tried.
She did, and
was her mistake.
wasn't that strong enough to really pull something as off. And though Tay finally cutting the final blow between her, as she started to split, a couple of you guys noticed and was almost instantly alerted that this was no longer a safe place, as this collective energy that remained in her pretty much gathered in one spot and just exploded, pushing all of you back, destroying this rock that contained the final chain that was holding this Titan down. As all of you was blown back, that's when the Lords of the Feywild came into play and quickly established a new asteroid-like rock in a more better condition, with the Summer Queen trying her best to hold him off while everybody else pulled on his chains to get him back into place. And Tay doing incredibly well of helping to bring him back. It was also the all of the time that she had left. And while everybody was so far away, Tay looking over to the Fey Lord of the Mountains, as you asked him to keep them safe. And he seemed to have grabbed a little bit of what your spiritual energy that was leaking out, and looks like he formed 3 special rocks, but it wasn't too much for you to be able to tell, as you was already fading. Tay, as you were fading, can you roll a insight for me?
Last
Okay.
roll of the day.
He's the
Last
one who
roll.
finished you off. You should have killed him when you had the chance.
He's like, oh, we could have brought you back, but we decided not
You didn't have enough plot armor, sorry.
to.
We could have brought you back, but
You weren't
yeah.
Arissa.
Natural
Oh,
one.
there you go. That's a good ending.
Okay.
Send her off with a bang.
Tay, you think you heard something that strangely sounds familiar, but with all the chaos that was happening, plus with this banished god still slightly unchained, it was just too much for you to hear as you do fade away. With that, everybody poured as much of their magic as possible into trying to distract him while everybody else finished pulling his chains back down and locking him officially in place. And with him letting out this, like, this shockwave of a roar of anger, everybody got close, grabbed each other, and then teleported out back to the Feywild. So we're going to pick up where you all are teleported back to the Summer Queen's palace, to where you're kind of like right in the middle section of her chamber, where if somebody was to give an audience and she would be sitting there listening, you're kind of like on the floor there as all of you kind of slam into the ground. Uh, and as all of you do that and kind of like start to look around, Poe and Arissa or Alec or Sabora, if you want to give me a perception check, you can.
Sure. I'll whip out all the sheets again.
Open them all.
I'm opening them all. They're all getting opened again. Ah, I like seeing all those sheets open up.
Could I roll it with a character whose spirit's inside of me? Who has a better modifier?
Here we go. We
It's-
start off with
I don't
shit
know if
master
you
himself.
ever use your inspirational die, so if
Yeah,
you want to use
there
your
you go.
inspirational die, you can.
Arissa
You
perform.
have Poe has a inspirational die almost only for himself in a way. Okay.
I mean,
it's not-
yeah, checks it.
Alex is fine. Alex is fine.
So, Arissa, you don't see this, but Sabora, Poe, and Alec, uh,
Roll it 20 total.
you
Why not? Perception's exactly what Teller would have wasted his skill on anyways.
they notice that the Summer Queen, Eldith, uh, is like about, a mortal size. She is panting and looks like she is heavily injured. And as she's like, looks like she's trying to catch a breath, Meanie, the life port, kind of runs over and says, Eldith, and tries to start like putting some of her magical healing into her as Eldith is barely able to kind of summon her guards. Just, guards! And just almost like stepping. This room has no shadows, but it's like stepping out of the walls is these kind of like large, almost looks like mechanical like uh guards that are heavy in armor, all step around her, almost like in a protection like fashion. And as Eldest seems to possibly go unconscious, the last thing she does say is, "Protect them too." And there's about like 6 guards surrounding her, and more guards just kind of rush in from a lot of angles, surrounding all of you and pushing you guys out into like the we'll call it like the foyer in a way, out of the main chamber. Um, as all of you kind of get pushed out a little bit, the doors shut, separating you two, and uh, in this foyer, you can kind of have like a nice open above you. Think of kind of like a. I really hope I'm not getting this wrong, but I don't know the name of the place. Like in Greece, where they try to honor Zeus, and they have like those giant columns, but it's open in the middle. It's kind of like that. Uh, as you guys are there, the about 8 guards that are surrounding you all, including the lords. The only one that was left in the main chamber was the Summer Queen and the Life Queen. Or not Queen, but sorry, Life Lord. These guards almost seem to have took a step inwards and have kind of like pushed their spears outwards, tapped them twice on the ground, and you can see it almost like this, a little bit more mystical like, but like a force wall kind of surrounds all of you, including the guards on the inside. There you guys have a moment if you needing to ask, or if you have a question to ask, but you have a moment. As it seems like even the lords are kind of like heavy breathing, trying to catch their breaths. It seems like they have put a lot into trying to just bring this banished god back in chains.
Let's see. Let's see. I mean, that three is a good roll for what the rest is probably doing right now. I think Oris is probably just in shock standing there. Like, I think she doesn't really respond to anyone. If anyone tries to say anything, I think she probably wouldn't respond.
That is fair enough.
Sabura just hurt. She's just like, oh fuck. She has like 7 HP. She's fucked. So
oh, do you have like anything that comes to your mind as all of this? This is like seconds of you guys landing on the ground and back in the Feywild. You can feel the difference. That there's not like a hungered beast trying to eat the very essence of you. You feel this, especially here. You can feel like the sense of warmth that you can kind of see like a little bit outwards of, while it all seems kind of a bit of blurrish and a little bit bright from going from a dark place to a bright place. You could see vibrant colors, but everything that was really happening transpired like within a minute to two of the guards coming in, separating you two, and setting up this kind of like this forced wall to keep anybody who is clearly needing to be out.
No, I don't think Bo's doing anything. I think he just kind of is glad to be alive and looking at his own wounds like Sabura is.
Okay.
Alec could cast Channel Divinity if we need healing.
On the other hand, in Clay's head, as soon as you said that the Summer Queen was injured, I was thinking in my head that Sabura should hear like a voice being like, "Do it, do it now."
Lightning bolt.
Too bad you guys.
Down
the
and take
winter.
the place.
Too bad you guys used all of your mana, your magic.
I
She
mean-
probably still has glyphs left.
No, Oris only has greater visibility and slow, so it's nothing like
Oh.
that.
How do you
Uh,
And-
slow the queen and make yourself greater invisible?
I mean, technically, Sabura could just fucking stab her in the chest and kill her, I guess. But, you know. Anyway.
within
yeah.
within like, as you guys kind of sit there, and again, it's been like, we'll say kind of close to 2 minutes of kind of catching your breaths and trying to just allow everything to reel in. It starts to get dark and dark, and you can see Lucian, who kind of looks up, and he's just, oh fuck, we're all in for it now. And he looks back to all of you and says, and he, as he says this, he does specifically look at you, Poe, as well. Bow, do not say a word, and do not move. And they, all of the lords, while they were, again, they also appear to be either injured or very winded, but they all immediately go into a bowing position and seem to be like almost like a frozen like statue in that position. What do you guys do?
I think Arissa's like too much shock. She just probably needs someone to put her down. She's just standing there like 1,000 jars there.
What more lowly creatures there than the humble snake?
Um,
I'll wild
I mean,
shape into a snake and try to hide under something.
I think I'll play myself 3 times now. Alex is gonna do, because he knows this shit. He's gonna go kneel, and I think Sabura is just gonna pull Arissa down.
I think that's reasonable. Oh, as you tried to wild shape, it doesn't work.
I just go down on the ground then, face in the dirt like an ostrich.
It doesn't go completely black out. It is a heavy reddish tone, but it does and has gotten a lot darker as you all start to feel this pressure pushing down on you all, but not to where it's pushing you into the ground, but you all can feel that above you is some sort of worse danger if you probably did not listen or do not listen to Lucian, at least on his words. As this entity is standing above you all kind of hear as it does a little bit kind of like shake the ground, but you hear it in your head, but it also sounds like it's just out loud as well. As, what is the meaning of this? Nobody's saying a single thing. Nobody's responding. Nobody's budging. Poe, since you're not bowing, but you're laying flat down.
I'm not laying flat. I would have like bowed, but put my face as close to the ground as I could.
Okay, never mind. Does anybody try to look just out of curiosity?
I mean, there's one person who might try to look.
Just curious.
Would she though?
Yes. Roll
Fuck.
for it.
Fuck, I rolled for it, but Sabura rolled a fucking 18. God damn it. I wish that should have been a fucking nat one anyway.
So does she?
Does my
No,
mold
no, she does
Oh.
not. If she rolled like a nat 1 or like a 2, I would have like made her look, but like
Okay.
18. She's out of the, like, at this moment feel that immense pressure and go like, okay, probably not the best idea to be defiant right now.
Okay.
Is it close enough that my mold can see it within like 10 feet?
Not even close.
I
Let's-
think that's just
I will.
inside the
I will
dome.
even say
We're on
this.
an enclosed space that's full of
I will.
mold.
I will.
Point out.
I will even say this, that this pressure and everything, even your mold is on the ground. It's like you're trying, like, it's like in a weird way in your mind you're like, it's mold, like what's happening, but it's like to them, even as bacterial like
mold and
organisms,
sentient.
like they know that this is danger as well and are obeying by a
Everybody
law.
just have their faces close to the ground where there's just a low amount of mold just sitting on the ground.
Um, you guys hear as the chamber door is barely open to
Oh,
uh,
okay.
Eldith, who barely kind of comes out, like holding on to kind of like her chest, like she's trying to hold on with Meanie, trying to kind of hold a little bit of healing, and then she kind of like sees and she's just straight down without a single hesitation, and she's Eldith is, my king, please, they had nothing to do with this. Spell them. This was my choice. No, you can't. Please. Yes, I'm sorry. As you command. And you guys can slowly feel like this pressure is slowly rising, like it's slowly getting off of you. This darkness hovers for a second, but then it slowly the color slowly comes back in. As probably about, I would say, a minute, kind of after a lot of things seem to have came back to normal, nobody's moving besides Eldith, who's kind of still standing there, almost like looking past you guys, almost in a daze. And then that's when like some of the lords kind of look like they relax and kind of start to really be able to breathe, like almost like they were holding their breaths the entire time. And Meanie kind of quickly goes back up to support Eldith and tries to continue her healing. And she kind of like pushes her away. It's okay. Within a few seconds, this beam of fiery light just falls down upon her, on Eldith. And probably within a few seconds, it goes away. She doesn't appear to be giving off that same orangey like glow that she used to. It's kind of like a very smallish yellow, but she doesn't seem to be as in much pain as she probably was. And she's kind of able to move her hand a little bit, stand up a little bit more. Guards, by order of the king, everybody needs to be arrested. You can take the mortals back to the palace. They need to be separated. The lords, you will go back to your respectful chambers. Everyone's punishment, you will be banned, and your magic and abilities will be removed for 2 months. I'm sorry.
People around Sabura hear Sabura mutter, men.
As fair enough. As
Like everyone hears that. She's not trying to hide it from the people directly around her.
as all of the guards that were surrounding you creating this field, they never once bowed. It's almost like if they were on a very special duty, then they don't have to. Maybe. But they remove their force fields and turn to face everybody. And they don't pull their blades upon you guys, but they all get extremely close. And you can kind of hear like semi telepathic, but at the same time verbal as well, of your chamber is in this direction. Please start moving. So, do you all follow their orders, or
Yeah. Well, I don't
For
speak
now.
for Leroy's current character.
For now.
I only speak for 1/4 of our group.
I speak for the
The other
other
three
three.
quarters, yeah, the other 3/4 are under Leroy's control.
Okay.
So
And
Uh,
I guess.
so you all being separated and kind of going uh into these respective chambers, while they just look like almost ordinary rooms, but you're still in the palace. So these rooms still look almost what like a noble would be in. But all of you can feel that, you know what? All four of you can make an insight check.
Guess I get one free phone
Checks
call.
out. Good job, Arissa.
well,
Good job,
20.
Sabura. And
Where's the
last
plus
one.
13 when I need it?
Never.
Oh.
Natural 20 for 29 from
Ooh.
Alec. Makes
Alex
sense because
from
he's the
here.
first.
This is
Yeah.
Alex's hometown.
Okay. Alec and Sabora extremely can tell they have no more magic. Like, not because it's drained. There's just they can't access a single thing.
Now, do it. Arissa just hears in her head, probably.
Um,
Oh.
but you all have gone into these rooms, and as you all walk in, the door doesn't slam, but it is shut, slightly heavy, and you can kind of hear the shift as the guard kind of goes to block the door.
Oh, what the-
Um, it's been about an hour as you guys are kind of left to your own wounds and having to do it the old fashioned way, having to either bandage them yourselves, apply any type of ointment that you might have. Uh, but it's kind of like the fact you can't heal yourself. You can't use this magic that you're used to growing up in a way. Arissa, you are the first one as you hear the shifting of the guard outside. Sounds like it's take a step to the side as you hear a knock at the door. And it's, Arissa, this is Eldith. May I come in?
Mm.
She kind of opens the door, and you can see she seems to be a little bit okay, but there's spots kind of like close to her face, like kind of close to her neck, where it looks like it's heavily bruised. And if you recall, that is where one of the spots as the god just slammed a punch into like her kind of like neckish jawline as she was trying to fight with him. As she steps in, and you can see a guard is wanting to come in. It's okay. We'll be fine. Thank you. Yes, my queen. As it goes and stands outside, she shuts the door. Turns and face you. You okay? Do you need anything at this moment?
No, not okay. And I don't really know what I need other than, don't know, be in some way of punishment for trying to do the right thing.
Yeah, I'm sure you have a lot of questions, and it's kind of why I came here as somewhat as soon as I can. And she kind of walks kind of close to a chair. Do you mind if I sit?
I mean, to your place, do whatever you want.
True, but temporarily, this is going to be where you're at for a little bit.
Hmm.
She kind of goes to sit down. Well, where to begin? Kind of like ropes aside. Oh, okay. Well, first, well, yes and no. You're not technically punished because it's not you who authorized the ritual to begin with. Uh, Something that I tend to keep out knowing or allowing people to know the whole concept. It is if you remember, you do have to receive 5 pearls given to you by lords to even do the ritual to begin with. It's not, how to put it, only one of them cannot be any lord. It has to be either me or the king himself. And it's more of an authorization, if you will, to allow this ritual to take place. Well, I was the one who created this ritual when we needed it the most, way back in time. I understood personal sacrifices that people were willing to make. The king, however, valued every life and is appalled when one takes this ritual. Not against the creature, but the fact that we are maybe no better than some other gods, putting pawns to do our work. But unfortunately, it's also the only thing that could do certain things that we cannot accomplish on our own unless we want to suffer great losses. As I'm sure you noticed, when we got back, I was clearly not in the best conditions. That was just me barely hanging on with a handicapped god beating, and not even probably at 4 power, probably not even half. That's why we're clearly outmatched when we go against them. That's why I created this ritual to begin with, to muster as much power from lords to unfortunately make an ultimate sacrifice from one person, but they were able to achieve power beyond us for a small amount of time. That is the punishment, is that he banned that ritual a long time ago. And I am the one who gave it the go-ahead to use it. So, you're being punished, but not as severely as I am, as I will have to manually recover all of my energy that was years in mortal terms, probably more than 100 years or so of energy. I think I was cutting around 300 at that time. Anyways, I'm sorry about your friend as well. If it's any constellation, and she kind of like goes into like this little robe of hers. She's not wearing her full armor, but a very decorative like robe in a way. As she kind of pulls out this kind of like small orb, almost like a crystal ball orb that you would have seen normally like in shops and stuff like that. But um, this orb is kind of like a yellowish in color with a little bit green tint to it. As she holds it, another thing I tend to not inform is while the person who does the ritual is completely gone, there is no way or form to get them back. Their memories, on the other hand, and she kind of goes to give it to you uh, if you tend to reach out and grab it.
Marissa will take it with her left hand.
It's poison. Orisa dies immediately on contact.
Mm.
As you kind of pick it up, it does seem kind of like a little bit lightish, but it has like just a little bit small weight to it. That kind of makes your hand go down just slightly. The memories always are left behind when they officially fade away. And as you kind of go to look at it, you can see almost like a replay. Sometimes it could be from Tay's perspective. Sometimes it could be just a general perspective, but it all is centered around Tay and doing her life. We tend to keep them and put them in a very special hall, if you will, to remember them. But y'all sacrifice was without help, was without much force on your side. But you all continue to push forward and to show how strong and powerful you mortals can be. Figured maybe you should have this.
Marissa looks at it for like half a second, sees it. You can like I guess the queen probably she has this enough perception to see it because see tears like well up in her eyes and then she has to not do it anymore. Well, we'll see how long I can look at it, but I'll keep it for now.
Another thing, so you didn't break our contract, which is good. I would still like and recommend you to live extremely close to my sanctuary, if you will. So I have made I guess you could say, a plot of land for you here. You may customize your abode however you see fit. And once you're off of your time here, you may still come and go if you wish, but your majority of the time still needs to be here in the Fae. Is there any other?
Like,
Go
or
ahead.
just looks at her, looks away, looks at her again. Well, I have some people I need to go get.
She kind of does like a slight nod. That is
And
fine.
some loose ends to tie up.
You'll have your time. As I said, you may go back and forth, but the majority should be spent here. So just keep that in mind. I guess the main reason is when you're a title holder, if you were to die on the material plane, your title goes to somebody somewhere at random choice on that plane. So it's a lot easier to manage if you're here in the Fae where it's been created. So that is why.
Next campaign, killing Orisa should be one of our goals.
Is there any other questions you might have?
Many is like where to start, I suppose.
Well, you'll have
I
to.
mean, to first start off, when it was our choice to do it, why did he even think about doing anything to us? Like, it's our choice. Like, we chose this, no one forced us. We could have said no at any given point.
You're right, but it is still a complete violation of his rule. He is.
Well, frankly, I don't care. It's like we made our choice, and I don't care what he feels like. Sometimes people are willing to make the sacrifice needed to keep everyone safe. And if he can't accept that, then well, sucks to be him, I guess. I mean, I'm not gonna let the memory of my friend be sullied by some king thinking he's above other people's wishes.
The king of the Fae is a very hard one to describe. But one
like it to me.
perspective is he is more of a god of anything. He is the god of balance. He is the one who created the Fae and the Shadowfell of a chaotic beauty and a hungerish void for balance. And he does not tell the future of what he sees. But which is still something I would need to talk with him about to see if I can understand anything, but he has his reasons. And for this reason of punishment, the reason why, well, he probably showed up knowing that I was severely injured. But the second is probably knowing that something about the balance was shifted. Whether good or bad, it's his, I guess you could say his job, his being is to keep it as balanced as possible. So there will be times that there is good deeds that happen for a while, and there's times that bad deeds happen for a while. So while I believe what you guys and chaining up the lore that Banished God has done, we shifted this balance back to the good side, which should be praised for, which I am with you. But it's an unbalance that we must have created. But still,
Well, where was he when the material plane got destroyed? Like when an entire continent almost got raised into undeath. Where was he in his glorious, righteous balance when that happened? Is that like was that balance when countless people lost their lives for no reason other than the mad idea of mad machinations of a chained god?
I do not know his reasonings. Nobody can fathom. We've all questioned time and again, but we do not disrespect it, as I hope you would come to learn the same. His rule is law. The more unbalanced things get, the stronger he can become, which could put him above any other rightful god. But it also means his wrath upon whoever has created this imbalance would be worse, if you will. I like to I like to call her his mother, but there is no relations. But he is closer to fate than you know.
I talked to Fate once.
So
That was a fun thing to hear.
everything has its, according to them, everything has its place and its weight. And when something shifts from one side to the other, when somebody undoes what they're designed to be done, it creates an unknown fathom that could have either dire consequences in the future or lessen an impact. But only they know, and they don't freely go around explaining that.
Well, you can go ask him why his mother put me on this bed.
Well, there's questions, but for another time, as I need to make my rounds to everybody. But you did a good job, no matter what happened. Okay. And she goes to kind of stand up and kind of hold yourself as elegant as possible. Just keep that in mind. There were things out there that's far beyond even my understanding. While I am his queen, I was made of fire and ash. I guess you can say, a chaotic in nature. And maybe we've somehow balanced each other in a way. But I don't understand how or why I am capable of what I am.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be back time to time to give you lessons on your title position to help you understand on exactly what you need to know and how to use it. But until then, well, I guess on the material plane they'll call it the two bad luck of years. As she goes to kind of start to shut the door, do you have anything to?
No. Or is he just probably looks at her and just says nothing. Just stares at her with like probably like a death glare and then just looks away.
Stab her with a dagger. Do it.
Well, a dagger now will kill her. Plus, you don't have your weapons.
Yeah.
So what dagger?
Trying to strangle her with my own bare hands.
Stab her with a sharpened bone or something.
Yeah, this is a dungeon. You have bones everywhere.
I'll just
Doesn't
break it.
every dungeon? That's like
I'll
the
just
name of
bash.
the game,
I'll
right?
bash her skull in with Days Memory. This is fuck. Fine.
um, she'll make her rounds to each and the single one. She'll go to Alec and explain to Alec that a part of his punishment is he has to make a choice to either stay in the Fae or stay on the material.
I think he'd probably stay in the Fae. I think that makes more sense to him.
She understands that his plan is extremely broken up, and with some being on the Fae and some being in the material world, I would have said that Alec had probably chosen not only to stay in the Fae, but like I will stay close to Arissa as hopefully her new bodyguard. Sabora as she goes to her, understands that her power, which comes from a lord far away from this area of the region, offers her to either return her back to her region and probably not ever come back to the Fae, or give a chance and stay in the Fae, but once again can't go in the material. And
I mean, first of all, Sabur probably erupted in a rant about the king because you know how she is.
she,
So
the Eldith, does kind of like holds a extreme patience and kind of like an understanding of as she kind of like I would assume kind of like walking around the room like we're waving her
Yeah.
hands and like who the hell these. Um,
Like, who does this guy fucking think he is?
she understands and uh
Like, where I'm from, men have nothing to say.
uh she tries her best to kind of explain the same way, but I would probably feel that Sabor doesn't care.
No, it
She-
falls on Deaf Man's ears. He's just like, yeah, whatever, man. Don't give a
she's
shit.
just kind of like, okay, well, here's kind of like what your options are. I can either return you, or you could stay. I'm sorry, and then kind of just like walks out. They think I'm crazy. Shuts the door.
Fuck off. I heard that.
A little bit later, as it kind of gets, we'll say a little bit roughly time. We'll say where it does seem to be as the sun is kind of setting a little bit. Poe, you hear a knock at your door. You can hear the guardian kind of shift a little bit as you're knocking. This is Eldith, the Summer Queen. May I come in?
Yeah.
And kind of opens the door a little bit. Thank you. Shuts it.
His walls are just covered in squiggly lines. There doesn't seem to be any pattern or discernible meaning.
She's
The floor too, and if he was able to reach the ceiling as well.
I mean, I could say, give me a
He stands
athletics.
like 8 feet tall.
Give me an athletics check to see if you can try to climb up a little bit. The ceiling's not low. I'll tell you that much.
16.
Sure, you're able to kind of climb. You can't really get to like the center portion, but you can get on the like outskirts of the ceiling.
Just like a little like
Mhm.
just like squiggles all over the wall where he just like squiggled his hand across it with a little bit of mold.
Are you okay? Do I need to send in somebody to?
I was just bored.
Right. Anyways, I was coming to explain. If you're curious of this punishment and of any other questions you might have.
Does this have to do like are we being punished for killing a god specifically or like
She
we're not
go.
killing a god but killing a titan?
She goes on to explain the same thing, that it's
Yeah.
not killing the Titan. It's the fact that the ritual is a banned thing, um, upsetting the balance, and like two wrongs instantly, and it's just like there's probably somewhere a third strike. She's just like, I'm kind of tired of the day because she's been trying to go through a lot of people, even talking to the lords as well, of their specific punishments, and she's just like, uh,
He's got the explanation down at this point.
yeah, and it's just like we've pretty much strike three. We were almost out of the door, but
It
thankfully
basically sounds like a recording when she starts giving the explanation.
she does.
Been rehearsed so
And
many
then like when she's kind of done, it kind of like snaps out of it a little bit. Do you have any other questions?
I mean, the whole balance thing kind of sounds stupid, but I mean, if everyone else is kind of stuck here, I guess I am too. So
Well, it
not
is.
really a choice.
It's only for 2 months, but that's here in the
Is that
Fae.
2 months? Yeah, that'd be 20 months back in the material plane.
It will be about 2 years or so.
Like 2.5, I think. Or
Not that
about
I'm
two.
not that I'm extremely
Is it 10
calculating.
months or 8 months or what? I don't remember what my
It's
calendar was.
7 months.
7 months?
It's
Yeah, 2.5.
yeah,
Almost
because
three,
it's like 30.
months would be 3, so
I
it's
think
almost
it's
3.
I think it's like 36 months. I'll have to redo the recalculation on it, but anyways. So
2
about two.
months would translate. It's 10 times faster, right?
Yeah,
1 day is 10 days.
yeah,
Yeah. 2 months would be almost 3 years. I mean,
yeah. It's
the whole
close to
world's
that.
gonna be different.
It's extremely close to that. So, um,
Could I get some paper?
uh, sure, I can have somebody bring that in to you. Also, I came to bring you this, and you can see a black scroll on it, like in her hand.
A black scroll.
Yes.
I'll pick it up.
That is from my sister. She has been meaning to give this to you, but under extreme circumstances, she could not do it. But it was also, I think, depending as she kind of starts rambling on, if you decide to listen or unravel.
As she's talking, how weirded out did she seem by just squiggles being all over the whole room? Squiggles of mold, just everywhere.
Extremely. That she's probably
Yeah.
still gonna, when she leaves,
She's sending a psychiatrist in.
if she hasn't already messaged one, there's going to be somebody visiting you very soon,
Yeah.
just in case. But if do you undo the scroll now or
Yeah.
do you wait? Okay.
I'll wait. Well, I'll wait till she leaves the room, unless
Oh,
she explains what it is.
she doesn't explain. She just
Okay.
says that it's from her sister, the Raven Queen from the Shadowfell.
Okay.
That's all she knows. Do you have anything else that I can explain? Sorry, it's been a long day, and again, I'm sure this is not something you all were expecting when you were coming back.
Could you send a potato to my dear friend Alec?
Make a persuasion check.
Paycheck.
11. I wish I still had that inspiration.
um, I'll see what I can do. I had like another checkbox of why I'm sending somebody in here. But anyway, I'll let you get to rest as it is getting close to night. Your dinner should be in here relatively soon. So, but I'll be back. If not me or somebody else, will be back daily to constantly check up on each and every single one of you. So, but thank you again. Podan, was it?
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your sacrifices that you've done. Just even going to this fight. Thank you.
You're welcome.
If there's anything I can do, just let me know. And
Thank you for the paper.
She goes to walk out.
That will be coming.
Yes.
And this.
Um. So, if anybody has anything specific they want to ask within the 2 months of their jail time,
What's the scroll?
the scroll, yes. Um. As you kind of undo it, it has like white light writing on it, and it's uh, dear Podan, thank you for rescuing me again in the Shadowfell. I heard your sentence, if you will, and thought I'd at least give you something to think about. I think you have potential, and am wanting to offer you tutelage, if you will, if you wanted to continue a darker side of things. Even life has meanings of death. Something that I feel that you might be slightly understandable. please think it over and let me know. Have a good day.
Good day, sir. You get nothing.
I look for a name to see who signed it.
You just see kind of like the signature of like a raven with almost like a pointy like crown on it.
I didn't save any birds.
Oh, fuck. Yeah, Riz saved from another room.
Probably a loud face palm too.
Yeah, that's from Sabor.
Yeah.
And then a scream of rage from Alec as the potato comes.
Well, hold on.
Was an 11 good enough? Please be.
Alright, Clay and Leroy, tell me what number I rolled. Whoever's the closest. Don't be a dick about it, but just if you get close to the number I done, it would be that answer.
Oh, is it a 120?
Yeah, 1 through 20.
7.
Oh, dang, you took mine. I was gonna say 7. It's my lucky number. 11, I guess. That's what I rolled on my persuasion. I'll go with that. Plus, we
Okay.
get 7-11.
When Alex's food comes, almost anything on his plate is nothing to deal with potatoes.
Oh.
I rolled in that one.
Okay.
So
Hey.
he
I was
gets,
gonna say 7.
not only
originally.
does he get no potatoes, or that one potato, he gets nothing to deal with.
He gets
potatoes.
nothing. Just nothing.
You hope
Actually
you
just
hear.
gave him the food from Peter Pan.
He only gets
or
meat.
from
He only gets meat,
Animation.
nothing else. Meat only. No veggies.
So, anybody else has anything
Alex from
over
Keto.
this 2 months of jail time?
I think Sabur probably tried to renegotiate the deal where she can just follow Rissa around.
I've altered the deal. Pray that I alter it no further.
Like, she's like, I don't really want to get stuck anywhere, I just want to follow Rissa around, and that's okay.
Make a persuasion check with disadvantage.
Sure. I mean, she has a better persuasion than I thought she did. Oh, well, that one, never mind. Unlucky. The one was really good, though.
She would be told it's either one or the other.
Oh, I get lost. Losers. I'll just go back. I don't even want to go back home, just anywhere but here, I guess, then. Fuckers.
Let's see.
You all suck.
Anybody else?
When I get paper, I start writing.
Start writing what?
Anyone see my book? I think Cole. I hope no Cole's back. I just start writing. Writing essentially an account of what happened and as much as I can remember of what Teller had told me.
Okay.
Essentially, I'm trying to start his own journal, like Teller had one that was full of Teller's stories. And then in the front, on like the cover side of the front page, there's a note that says, "Find Gary, get Teller's book."
Okay. Find Gary and get the book. Anything
Yeah,
else?
just a note on the inside cover of it. One day they come in and all the squiggles are gone. About a week later, there's just a bunch of circles. Just periodically, the way his room's decorated changes. All of it's just with little circles or lines drawn out of mold. And that's about it.
Well, you know what? Sabura, after a while of being mopey, she's gonna be like, oh fuck, I'll stay here. Better than being at that other place.
Okay, so she'll try to choose to stay in the Fae.
Yeah, it's just like, oh yeah, I'll suck, but I stay here because then I can at least keep an eye on you losers. She just sends to the guard standing outside all the time. She's just constantly talking shit to him.
Okay. I can't remember my calculations I did, but I was trying to get a very accurate date for you guys when you came out.
It would be, if it's exactly 2 months later, it would be on 0203 of, or no, 020. It'd be on the second day of the second month of 1118. If it's exactly 2 months,
It will be exactly 2 months.
then it should be that 0202 1118.
So we are looking at very closely to almost 3 years. Yeah, very 3 years
A month
of
shorter than 3 years.
of you guys on the missing them from the material plane.
Mm-hmm.
As it's like as you guys are all waiting for the which is the final day, and you're all
So
waiting.
remember, there's no magic, right, the entire time.
Yeah, there's no magic.
Then
I'll-
to the people who check on Arista, she probably looks like she's just like sort of like in some form of depression. Internally, she's just like not wanting to feel anything until she can do something about it.
Yeah, there's no abilities that any of you guys can do. There's no magic. There's no anything. It's just you're a commoner with some experience.
Yeah. At this point, well, I guess we have our HP, which is something, right?
I will say eventually as well. You guys had healed manually, but along with long rests,
Yeah.
all that stuff.
This is for the memes. I think there is I think the most words she has said is that first day, and after that conversation with the queen, she probably wouldn't have said a single word to anyone
Okay.
who came in and checked.
The
Just-
the queen has come time to time and has informed you of how your title works, so that you fully understand, so that when you kind of go off again, that you know how it works, how you're supposed to use it. And the idea is really you're supposed to not really pick and choose all the time of who you give like a little luck to. Like, oh, you're gambling, here, I'll give you some luck. Oh, it's raining, do you slip and fall? No, just whatever you can think of and imagine. But that doesn't really stop anybody from helping out a few others a little bit far better. You won't necessarily get power as not. It's like people don't really worship luck as, in a way, it doesn't work as like if you were to be worshipped as a god or whatever.
Yet.
But
She doesn't say anything. She doesn't say anything, but she only listens, and the most thing she does is a nod whenever she says something.
but being this title holder, you do get, I mean, like, just a huge amount of luck from it yourself, and potentially how it's just distributed amongst any kind of life forms. And she would mention that, for starting off, uh, try to focus people here in the faith, and then see if you can broaden your expanse to the material plane. And then she says at some point, you should, if you do well in your training, you should be able to understand of how many different planes and life forms that you can give luck to, in a way.
Could you give luck to Barnaby?
I mean, I could.
Feel a little bit better about himself.
Barnaby's
Mm.
like an old man.
Make him one of your subjects.
Barnaby actually has visited you. At least he was allowed once,
Mm.
and he looks older from the last time you saw him, and it's as he if he hasn't explained, he explained again that he's no longer immortal, so everything's quickly, not like within minutes, but it's coming back and catching up on
Or
you.
offer him subjecthood before he dies.
I mean, I have no magic, so I can't do anything.
Yeah.
So, but
Mm.
you all were told to, on the final day, to, when you wake up, it's almost going to feel like you feel this warm blood through your body. Do not go crazy, or it might bite you back. Just, you have to almost like let it refill your cup. Don't try to stand under the fountain drinking it. Could be dangerous.
Chug, 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 chug.
So, as the final day has come and have gone, as you all woke up, you feel it. This almost like, if I'm sure it's for you guys, have felt when, like, if your arm was numb and when the blood slowly started actually going back in that area, that really painful tingling sensation. It's kind of like that as you feel the magic coming back in, and you can feel it as uh, your doors all will open up as the guards open them up for you and pretty much escort you back to the inner chamber to where Eldith greets you all. You don't see any of the lords here, but it's just what,
Is she still
3,
mortal
4?
size?
She's not necessarily mortal size. We'll say just slightly taller, but not her original height that she was when. Uh, but it does seem like as time goes on, she will gather her energy back as well. As she looks at all of you. Well, on behalf of the king and I, your punishment is now served. You all have chosen your respective punishments, and I believe that is all to say to it. And then, kind of like a very small, like, shoulder relax. But on behalf of myself and the Fae, thank you once again for what you all have done. You may go.
I think
So,
Orista would like instantly 180 and walk out of the fucking room.
so, Poe, because Tay's not here, so you're the second person that has probably this smallest.
And put your horses ready for another 3 hours of roleplaying. Don't worry
Yeah.
about it.
Okay. Yeah.
Poe, what
Well,
what are you? What is Poe going to do now that this crisis is done, and he kind of has an opportunity to stay in the Fae or stay in the material plane, or accept the offer from the Raven Queen and go to the Shadowfell and learn under her a little bit more necromancy, but in a more good way and not a evil, corrupting way.
well,
Lovely.
first I'm gonna try and get 25 gold worth of potatoes. And then I'd like to cast divination, uh, and ask a question.
Okay. Who are you?
Is Garana Thought still alive?
That's the bookkeeper, right?
Yes.
Mm.
The one teller trained.
It would really suck if he's not alive.
Yeah, that's fine. There just goes thousands of years of Furbolg history down the drain.
Oh my god.
He is still alive.
Okay, good. I need to track him down. I'm gonna pursue that course. I know Sona has a little orb that can track down guild members, right? And I know that he was a guild member, so I'm gonna go find Sona. I think she's still down in Bopalis, right?
So are you choosing to stay on the material plane then?
I mean, can I choose to go to the Shadowfell later? Isn't there still access to it through that one temple?
I'll say if you wanted to do the Shadowfell, you would have to do that one, but with talking to the Raven Queen, she will allow you on your breaks to go and pursue what you're wanting to do to make it a little bit easier.
I'll do the Shadowfell option, but I would like to pursue tracking Gary down to the edges of the earth.
Okay, so uh, you go to the Shadowfell, and she first tries to get you used to just the realm itself, to understand that, while this plane seems to be hungry, it doesn't necessarily mean it's out for you, and it's how to make it not necessarily your ally, but kind of like not an enemy. And then, so on your breaks, though, you do go to the material plane. You can get to talk to Sona. You do find out that as much time has passed, she first thought you were dead. She first thought all of you were dead because it's been years.
I mean, she would have found out earlier because Ursa is not wasting any time going back to the material plane.
That's true too, but for this point,
Hmm.
so she does allow you to use the orb, but it takes a lot longer just because you have to go back and forth. I'll say in a very weird couple of months between the material plane and the Shadowfell of together, not like a month in one and a month in the other. You get to like really try to find him because if the queen is, or if the Raven Queen is kind of like, here, I'll give you a month off. Like in the material plane, a month off could be like a couple of months.
Yeah.
So
100 days.
yeah, so
Or no, that'd be a week off. You'd get 500 days, which would be like 10 months. Yeah.
So it is. You do eventually track him down.
Get like a year off. You work 1 month and you get a year off. I mean, that seems like a pretty good trade for
That's a good job right
work-life
there.
balance. Yeah.
You
I was like, man, I really hope I can keep this job.
you eventually uh have to travel back up north. Uh, and you will find him as he is mostly within Thorndale. Which, just in case,
Are there still vampires in Thorndale? That's the one in the top left, right?
Yep. Are you actively looking to see if there's still vampires there?
I mean, I'm
I don't-
basically turning partially undead, right, or whatever.
You're not turning
Getting
undead.
familiarized- yeah,
you're
but
not
getting
turning
familiar with
undead.
undead energies.
You can make a perception check. I'll even give you advantage on it. Perception or insight. I'll let it be your choice.
Oh,
Because you are training close to Lord Spectre as well as he comes and goes, so like. Nice.
27.
if there are, I'm gonna make as many notes as I can about them and just kind of give that to Lord Spectre when I get back to the Shadowfell.
You don't really come across hardly any. You think you might have felt one, but you were distracted as
Yes.
you were reaching your.
Did they have a nice ass?
You were not sure. Because you reached your objective. You were standing in front of a kind of slightly on the outskirts of town or of the city. Is a nice, kind of small, looks like made out of all wood cabin. You can hear maybe the sound of probably like a young baby crying inside.
I bust down the door. No, I'm kidding. I summon 16 giant constrictor snakes and have them bust down. That no, I'm kidding again. I'll knock quietly on the door. It's probably like down at my waist level because he was a halfling, right? I believe.
No, I think he was a human.
No, he was either halfling or gnome. I just don't
No,
remember
no, no,
which
no,
one.
no.
No, he was a human.
He was
Garanathal?
human.
Mhm.
Yeah, Gary was human.
I'll guarantee that's not what he was.
I think he was human. I remember as human.
I wrote him to be halfling or as a short character.
Well, you're 3 versus 1 now.
Yeah.
And the DM is
Hey,
one of them.
My backstory though that I wrote.
Fuck your backstory. De deal has been altijd. Joost doesn't altijd verder. Yeah. He dies on the spot as you come to him. He's like, "Ah."
Garrett
And because he
now,
and because he dies, the book disappears.
Here's the exact sentence. Control C.
Joost is like, I don't care. Joost is like, I don't care.
it's been proven at
He's
this
been-
point in time.
Joseph no give shit. I can see it in his face. He doesn't care. He's like, yeah, man.
Short stop.
I'm waiting for you.
But yeah, I sent the
Halfling.
Oh, I sent it to the wrong thing. Dang.
Well,
Sent it to
I mean,
Cole.
I
look
remember
at
him
that.
being human, but
He was
regardless,
halfling. I
regardless,
can show you in the back.
he has grown.
I-
He has grown.
I don't care.
I'll
He can-
try to reach down to the halfling size door. Be like, my grandpa must have been senile, and instead reach up to the human sized door, I guess.
I'll let it be halfling, but I'm pretty sure he was a human.
It is written in the notes. It has not been edited since pre-campaign. That sentence right there. That sentence right there has been the same since this campaign started, my DM sir.
I
I
feel
like
like
how
we all
I
thought
like
he
how
was
he's
human.
getting extremely serious about this.
Yeah.
I take notes, sir. I know what my notes say.
That's fine. That's fine. So anyways, you knock on his door.
Yes. Is there an answer?
No,
Does the crying get louder?
no. You still hear the crying, but it doesn't get louder.
What if he ran away?
2 minutes go by. 3 minutes go by. The crying seemed to have stopped.
I doodle a little bit on the door with my finger and a bit of mold.
10 minutes have gone by.
Okay. Knock again. This isn't about your car's extended warranty. This is
You
real.
do hear give me a second.
One
and-
Mississippi.
About like a minute later, you can hear the footsteps coming to the door as he opens it. He's, hi. Can I help you with something?
Are you Mr. Shortstock?
I am.
You knew my
I'll
grandpa?
kill you.
Kind of like looks at you.
He looked
Oh.
like this. I disguised self and look exactly like Teller. But the emaciated, somewhat more ragged looking Teller, because that's how Podan remembers him.
Yeah, I remember him.
Yeah. He said that you had his book.
Do I still have the book? Wait, what book?
It has like 1,000 years or more worth of Furbolg history in it.
That
It's
book.
his like personal journal.
Hold on. And kind of like you hear him walking away, but he kind of left the door open. If you like look inside, you can see he's kind of like looking
Bend all the way down and
he's
look.
like looking under stuff, kind of putting stuff out of the way, and he moves the baby, and like underneath the baby was the book the child was sitting on. He's like, yeah, it looks still fine. He just walks over. Yeah, here you go. I think this is it.
Thank you. Do I need to pay you for holding on to this? I don't know if he established some sort of deal with you or something.
Kind of like looks back and he's. What about the rest of the books that he made me hold?
He made you hold more books? This is the only one he really told me about.
Son of a bitch. Son of a bitch.
Oh my god! 3 years!
You did tell me that you were lazy, so I guess
He
good
just-
job on doing
He
something.
just shuts the door at this point.
Debating
just see
sending
Bucks
a
going.
tidal wave onto his house. No, that would hurt the baby.
He just starts throwing books out the window. Ah, you jerk!
I mean, I was just sent to get this one. If there's a library, you might want to give them those other books. I think there's a big one somewhere that Arissa mentioned someone wanted to burn down or something. I don't know. But
You don't know where it is.
Yeah, I
You
don't.
feel like you feel like a mental spike in your head. Like I didn't say any of that, you motherfucker.
Metagaming.
Yeah.
35 points of damage.
You take you take a lot. You feel like a green ray of light hit you from the back.
And then I guess now that I have this book, I'll keep it with my other one and wait the however many months are left on my time before I get sucked back to the Shadowfell. I don't know how it works. Does it just the portal open and I get sucked through, or
Not that you get sucked through, but it's kind of like
Hey, come home.
you know by now that the best way is you like the better, the darker it is, the easier, and you kind of like give, I guess, like a very small ritual, kind of like a teleportation circle, but it takes you directly to where you're supposed to go back to. So it's a very specific ritual that you do.
I think it'd be fastest if I just transport via plants back down to the cave system and find a dark area down there. Because I'll come out where the spiders are, and there's bound to be a dark area down there. Right?
Kind of like whatever you really choose to do.
Yeah.
So, what else you do?
I don't know how long the training with the Raven Queen lasts. The rest of my life, or
it kind of goes on until you become like a very decent, if not a very good, in fact, of a necromancer.
So like a century. Got it. No.
You kind of able to change your mold into a way, kind of like the I can't think of the word for it, but the fungus that can force insects to pretty much die.
Cordyceps.
Yes, it's kind of like you understand and can create
Do that
those
to humans. No, I'm kidding.
and are able to like
Ruin it.
if you, in a way, it's kind of like if you infect somebody with your mold, and if you like, not thinking mechanically, but ideally, like roll really well. If like they kind of slowly start dying on the inside, and as long as they're affected by your mold and they die, like they just instant become risen. You don't have to like, oh, let me choose to do that. It just happens. Even if they're far away from you, they will rise and know to come and seek you.
Should have done that to Gary. No.
But after that, you are able to uh, kind of stay within the Shadowfell, and if you wanted to stay in one of their specific cities or continue staying in the castle with the queen and just researching, kind of like, and reading your almost like your family history until
I mean, when that's done, I'll go meet back up with the other furbolgs from the remnants of the tribe.
okay, they uh it definitely has been years. So, like, I would even be surprised if any of them kind of know who you are, especially with the Shadowfell.
I mean, I probably would have stopped in at some point during my literal year and 3 extra months off at some point.
But okay, kind of keeping that in mind, yeah, you're able to see the Newmore grow and really have taken kind of like a village within the Star Forest. And as though time does go on, it's less and less really does seem to kind of remember who you are and just know that there is a frequent traveler that comes.
If they'll have me after I'm done with my tutelage under the Raven Queen, I'll attempt to join the tribe and offer them the histories I have from one of the tribes that now makes up part of their rank.
Okay. Kind of like a shaman, if you will.
Of sorts.
So that's
With
easy enough.
undead snakes as
Um,
my familiars.
You got to stay with them and see almost see the all of these different forests, the seaside woods, the ashen mellowed, star forest, and the twisted forest eventually kind of almost become one. And uh, some still kind of give certain areas the name. Some tend to just keep it all together as the star forest of memories. But you do every now and then see a visit from uh, some of the wearers of more of checking in, as they have become complete guardians of these giant star force that is taking over the South Continent once again. Besides Zurodel and Frupolis sanctuary being kind of made within the forest anyway from the wares, they seem to have taken control of their pack once more. And that is where Poe resides for the longest of his time. Uh, Carissa, what does she do
I can go.
the moment that she turned around and walked off with Alec and Saburo?
He walks up to the place where she knows this is like her place, according to the queen, because she's mostly been listening, just listening, not really saying anything back, just listening. And probably just like even doesn't even bother asking the queen, just literally goes to one of the guards that is out there and just asks like, "Where's this place?" And then just instantly fucking beelines to that place.
I'll say, while you were imprisoned, you were given like a choice to, like, kind of, do you like for them to go ahead and be building it while you were in there? If you wanted it built a certain way, do you think you would have had it, built differently, or do you think
I think
she would have
I
not responded in a way?
she would have just shrugged and just said whatever, like more like a. And if they then would have asked like, we just build it away, and she just nodded, like she wouldn't have really cared because she can always change it if she wants to.
I'll say, as you get closer to the to your place, it um it on the kind of like the front door outside part, it holds a resemblance to Barnaby in the pack with the Beast Court. So not
Mm.
like crazy, but it does kind of feature the Beast Court style. But then when you go in, it is a very delicate summer court themed.
Mm.
Very bright too, but
Mm.
you could change it
Fantastic.
however you want later on.
I think Arissa will like, as she's walking through the gate, she'll pick up the orb from her bag with these memories at it, and then sort of look back at the others. And I think she's never really tried to let the Fae in during the time she was here, and like even when she was imprisoned, it's not like she tried to access her magic, but she also just actively tried to be like, no, nothing can come in. Like she didn't want anything to come in, and now she's just like, I think she looks at the orb and starts like looking at the memories, and especially the last few. And I think that's the moment when she allows herself to feel, and she probably just sinks to her knees. And as she sinks to her knees, she would just say, she would just whisper to the orb, um, I will do everything you ask of me, but first let me do this. And she would just probably like for the first time let the Fae into her body, and she will, I guess, out of the ground cast like fabricate and make like a statue of Tay the way she remembers her in her last moments killing the Titan. And then on the pedestal she writes like Tay the Titan Slayer, gone but never forgotten. And then she just looks at the others, she looks back, she just goes, I have so much to do. I know you have to stay here, but and then she just like just sort of like walks away, says like just make yourself at home, and she beelines all the way back to Lucian. She goes to Lucian.
Okay. I'll probably say over the course of, if you ever gone, if you travel in the Fae, unless you tell them not to, they'll probably travel with you.
Mm.
But if not, they'll probably spend a decent amount of time like changing certain areas of the house.
Yeah, they can do whatever they want.
To like fit them. It's like, this is my room, this is my room, and it's just
Yeah, they can do whatever they want. Like this is just like they can do whatever they want. I'm just gonna go straight to Lucian on the first day. I'm just literally gonna turn into like an eagle, just fly straight to him.
Alex area is as anti-potato as possible.
yes.
There's literal like little spikes set up just to keep potatoes out. For
Yeah, he
some
can do
reason.
whatever he can do whatever the fuck he wants.
And-
There's literal zero flying
He lives
fucks.
on the one plane where living potatoes are a possibility.
Yeah, I just don't give a shit.
Okay. You head over to the Beast Court, which why don't we just change? Oops, I didn't do anything. Go there. Which change it anyway. You go back to the Beast Court, and you pretty much ask to receive an audience with him, which wasn't even that hard. He's kind of like in the chamber that you used to seeing that all of the other gods was in. And he's just sitting there looking at paper like he's extremely bored and just tossing paper, looks at, toss it, lifts it up, looks at, toss it, showing that he's just not interested. And then you come walking, he's just, oh,
Boring.
yes, please tell me you have something dire that you need me so I can leave.
I mean, if you want to leave, I was thinking about going back to the material plane. I have a lot of shit to do. Don't know if you want to come along.
Why the hell not? And he kind of looks and is like, what? As he just says out loud, the wolves are being stupid again? Alright, I guess I gotta go and teach them something.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah, the wolves are being like I got this message to me just now. Like I don't even know what's going on, but like the wolves are just acting up. Something forced corruption. You know.
He hops over the desk and he's just like, alright, shut it. Like, starts shoving you out the door.
I mean, like.
So
Wait, I thought the matter of the wolves was handled already.
he's like, nope,
Yeah.
don't worry about it. It's like, as he's like walking away, it's like, I can't hear you anymore going through a tunnel. And he just leaves.
Just
But
whispers into Arissa's ear, "Run!"
he's like, can you get us out of here fast?
I mean, depending on like if I mean technically it's like I mean it depends on if I get access to some level magic at some
What
point. I can
plane
just
is he from?
I can just plane shift us out of here.
What plane is he from originally? You could banish him if he's from the material originally.
I will say, going from where the summer, it'd probably take a good while if you haven't like used a lot of magic to quickly get to him. So we'll probably say like it's really like late for the Feywild. It's really like late, like pushing part early in the morning. He's like, I don't care. Let's just go, like, get out of here. So you guys go back through the portal that you guys know of, going back to the material plane. And I'll probably say you spent the night there. And whatever.
I'll just go talk to Vos and just show her. I guess Vos is probably like informed at this point about things, or does she not know?
She's actually surprised to find you still alive. she did not know anything. And Lucian has mentioned that, kind of like looking at you, part of our punishment was staying strictly on the Fey Wild too. So a lot of stuff wasn't out. And
Mm.
Voss has already seemed like a little bit more older, and you could tell that time has gone.
Mm.
And she's just like, it kind of took a moment. She recognized Lucian instantly. She knows just kind of based on rank system, but it was like, wait, Marissa, you're still
Oh
alive?
yeah, because and also because I look like an elf now. She's never seen me as an elf.
So a decent reunion, and you can whatever.
I mean, like for me, Vos this is just an NPC that I'm informing NPC. Like here, Vos, like this fucking happened, and then like go through all the thing, and then just end at the end. It's like, and Tay is no longer here permanently.
She probably like during your stay, and you explain all of this as well. She goes up to, if you remember, where there is a kind of like a little cliff within the den itself, a little cliff where a really decent sized, very beautiful tree that's not like anything on the outside. There still sit a grave that, if you remember, was
What, Natalie?
Natalie. Yes, I
Mm.
was about to find her name. I was like one
Still a
scroll down
traitor.
to find her name.
Mm-hmm.
Natalie,
Very next to
and
the person she thought was a traitor.
yeah,
Lol.
she goes. She goes and puts a burial site right there and puts it for Tay.
Marissa giggles. Fuck you, Tay.
What did the god? What did I do to the gods to deserve this?
And then, and then Marissa just says to Vos, well, I have a lot of things to do now, including Tay's last wishes, so go around and just dragging Lucian along because he's bored as fuck.
He is. He's just like, I've been stuck there, not able to travel. Like, he has been stuck. Kind of just, he was able to at least leave his chamber and go through the city, but he couldn't leave that city. And so he was stuck. And he's just like, I'm in it for the boredom. Let's just go. He doesn't even like. Typically, when he comes, Voss and Leo can, like, they all three kind of talk to see how everything has been going. He's just like, I really don't care. I think you guys are doing great. Looks at yours and he's just, please, let's just go.
Okay, and I say
Listen, I
next
don't
day,
want to do your year-end review right now. We gotta get this done.
It's like, yeah, like signs under the contract, the how do you call it, the bookkeeping. Yeah, it's fine, whatever. I just look at Lucian. Well, one of Tay's wishes was that we go fuck up some goblins. You're fucking up some goblins, man.
Do we have to do it fast or slow? Like, what's the clock on this?
It's close. It's like she like points on the map. It's like literally there.
I mean, like, do we have fun? Do we?
I mean, let's just say it like this. I'm gonna go for their leader, murder him in brutal cold blood, let out a lot of anger. You can fuck up the other goblins as much as you want. I don't give a shit. And like, we can just meet up after you're done. I'll just wait for you to be done.
You know what? Fair enough. I will take this.
And then I'll just like, I'll be like, hop on, man. And then I'll just turn into an eagle and just fly straight towards the goblin place.
Okay. As you guys head there,
Like an eagle.
it seems as though within a couple of years, it seemed to, like, some of the woods around it seem to have separated it from the main group of the forest, almost like this is how Voss was keeping them at bay. And so there was a legit forest, kind of like a giant openish like area, and then maybe a couple of trees here and there before you get to, surprisingly, a decent little fort for a goblin's made.
They've had years to build it up, right?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
They had
Too bad it's gonna fall in a day.
as you guys are getting close, and I'm sure you let him know, he kind of like popped his neck to the point that you think it hurts. Like, it's one of those extremely loud pops that he's just like, oh, I freaking, and he just like falls off you, and as he
Yeah,
falls,
like he feels the eagle shudder as he does that. You're
and
like,
it's
oh.
like as that happens, he falls off of you, kind of like skydiving down, as he goes into a transformation, and just like a little kid at a candy store is having a ball. There's
Hell yeah.
there's a couple of like an ogre or two there, but other than that, it is like a lot of goblins, and he is just going at it. He's letting out whatever frustration he's been holding on. Maybe that one didn't deserve that much. You know what? You be you.
Yeah, exactly. I just look at it like as he lands, I just see how like crushes like several goals and it's like hell yeah.
There,
Go get
there's
him, champ.
there's even one that you don't even know how he did it. It's just like
There's
randomly,
just a blood smear on the ground and nothing else.
yeah, like he's pulling all of the fatal fatalities in everything.
Rips the spine out of a goblin while it's still alive. Just
You see, wait, how? I don't think he had ice. You know what? I'm not even going to pay attention to that.
Yeah. I think I would just land like I don't know. I would just what do you call it? Land on the roof, and I mean I don't think he's that hard to find. I would just go invisible and I just go into the fortress.
Really hard not to. It's as you're going in, it's kind of like going slightly underground, but like it's you're just casually strolling in, and it's like there's goblins running back and forth. Some that are scared, some that are missing an arm, some that are coming out like, oh, we're gonna go fight, whatever, yeah, and then like you can hear like blood screaming like a minute later, like, oh yeah, they reached the top, all right. And it's like you finally get to the point where he's sitting there, and you're still invisible, but he kind of starts to chuckle. He's, I can tell you're here. You know he will return.
What the loser that we cheat forever. And as Arisa says that, she will cast Hold Person on him, and he will fail because makes him roll a 6, so it's whatever, he fails. And then as he's like being held there, Arisa, like as she drops spells, he just looks at the other goblins, don't even fucking dare. And I would just walk up to him, green light like energy crackling in her hand. She just walks up to him, and this is from Tay. And I'll disintegrate him point blank, and I'll just make like he's held person, so he auto fails it, and I'll just disintegrate him.
He kind of just dies with this really loud crackling chuckle. He's as it burns him up all the way, as it just kind of ashes that still kind of hold place in a little bit, and then it kind of starts to fall.
Then like Arisa picks up the orb from her pocket again. It's like that's one thing done. And then literally, like Lucian just completely starts demolishing the place. There's fireballs going off. There's goblins being murdered everywhere.
While Lucian is playing a whole different game, you're pulling out the Goblin Slayer, and you've gone to town. Both of you, they're
suddenly a giant ape appears and starts demolishing the building. You know, all this stuff.
they're
Like
on the edge, and if you guys happen to remember, it's like right there, like right at the tip-ish. It's just nothing but a fireball of flames, and it's like it won't spread because it's already been separated, but like that whole area will eventually just
there's a
burn
new
out.
crater. Like the other temple they had that turned into a crater, this is a new crater.
Pretty much.
Well, that's one thing down the list. And as Arisa's done, like, and then she waits for, like, she like sort of focuses on like a little fort, and then let's like Bryn the monkey go to town, and she just sits there waiting for Lucian to be done.
He does seem to enjoy it for a little bit, but eventually
the goblins run out.
There cannot be no more. There is no more ammunition in that camp.
So as he comes back, I'm just like, that's fun.
He's blood just soaked all in his fur, and he's just
Good.
kind of shifts back and still just blood caked all over him. He's like, I'll wash it off later.
I mean, did you see the fortress? Looked pretty good, right? You see, it's like a fucking mess. It's like burning and everything.
He turns around and like you can see like the back of him is burnt. Like he
Oh, yeah,
has
sorry about it.
he has clothes on the front, but it's like he's naked in the back, and he's like
His bum's just
nice,
out.
nice,
Yeah.
nice ass.
he just turns his cheeks to you. He's just, I thought something was warm.
Is he still in wear form? Is the fur singed off on the back?
The fur, it wasn't necessarily singed off, but he transformed back, so you're not entirely sure.
I mean, I guess it was a danger close to heaven. I mean, I sort of lost control of it as well. It's just like, Like, what that fucking guy thought, that goblin up there. He's like, oh yeah, my master will be free. I'm like, we fucking chained that fucking bastard up again. What the fuck are you talking about?
He's fucking stupid.
Yeah, he's fucking dead, that's what he is. You know what the fun part is? Because I disintegrated him. He's super fucking dead. He's not just dead, he's super fucking dead.
That takes all the fun out of it if they just turn.
Well, the first time he came back, I don't want to have that happen again. Because I have to kill him again.
You could have ripped his arms off for a little bit, then disintegrated.
That's not how I work.
Okay,
I
fine.
suppose.
No.
And then the arms would be left behind after the disintegrate as well.
Alright, what's next?
So we have to go find this statue, which is really fucking tedious. I don't really know how I have a slight idea, but it's boring for you. So maybe you want to go just roam the forest to fuck some shit up until find it. I mean, I don't know.
Wait,
Or do you want to come along and see how that works?
What statue?
So, you remember the did he see her? Yeah, he's seen her, so yeah. Yeah, he's seen her.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think let's just say for convenience sake he has. Otherwise, I'll just fucking modify memory his ass and like make him like, don't resist this, you idiot. And then, so I promised Tay that I would find her and that I would take her to the Feywild so that she could live a a somewhat happy life.
Do you know where this?
That's the whole thing. That I had an idea to figure it out, but I mean, it's probably is boring to you, but you can tag along if you want to.
This is probably going to take forever, isn't it?
No, unless some weird person stops me from doing it.
Are you gonna go try and get the orb from Sona because she doesn't have it?
No.
We'll see. I'll come along.
I could be like, okay, watch this, and I just make a teleportation circle, boom, teleport us back to the fortress.
Okay.
And I'll go.
Which, by the way, it is completely done by now. It is It's not. It is a think of a legit giant fortress, but the idea is instead of everything in one giant building, it's a bunch of smaller buildings separated that could potentially house a couple of people or so. Which then come to find out, it seems to be occupied by Voth and Sini, who seem to be training, or who appears to be training a couple of people from, different genders, different races.
That's convenient.
They're actually like you kind of like surprised. They're depending on the time, you probably caught them where everybody's outside, and like you come and like everything's done. Like everything's filled up. There's rooms, and you're just like, I don't remember 99% of this stuff being here.
There's a huge farm area slightly down the hill though as well, so they have food.
That's been expanded on.
Nice.
And so when you go outside, they like you see what appears to be Sini training a couple of people in martial arts ways, while Voth, you can hear like shouts of him doing sword practice with a bunch of other groups of people. They haven't spotted you yet unless you go, but
I just look at Lucian and I'm like, oh my god. And then I look at like, you can't go butt naked here.
Give him the hat.
I don't care at this point.
I mean, I could fix it, but sure. I mean,
Sure, why not?
I'll just fabricate him some new clothes, whatever. I'll be like, here you go, new like. Also, why do you wear rags to begin with? Here, have some fucking decent clothes. And they just give him like this really fancy, like suit, like sort of like suit for him.
He's wearing
Almost.
full socks,
Because it
bow tie and
rips
all.
if I change. I don't keep the same clothing
this-
as often.
But this is like stretchy, hello. Like, look, it's stretchy. It's better than before.
Just go. I hate fucking.
Why do you hate me? I mean, look at you. You look dapper. What the fuck you talking about?
No, fuck you. Keep going.
Is it just
Fuck
like
you-
a full tux made out of athletic wear?
Yeah, pretty much.
He's like already trying to like rip. He's like already ripped the tie bow tie part. He's just tossed that. He's like, fuck that.
Ah, okay, whatever. Okay, fuck that. You can. Okay, that was maybe too much. I'm sorry. And I just walk up to them, and be like, "Well, we did it."
They were extremely shocked. The scene is just like they both thought you guys died. You all probably get the
Well, they were here
sensation.
trying to train to fight the Shadowfell, weren't they?
You get the sensation that nobody knows of your presence. That
Mhm.
everybody even the people who were in the Shadowfell, thought you died.
And I just walk up to Steenie, and I'll just. Like, I mean, I would just walk up, and she will always just be like, "I hate this, but you know, for come in for a hug." It's like I probably need it more than I think.
Yeah, like they asked if you want to celebrate, and they pretty much told you that because they thought you were dead and they knew about this place, they thought they would turn this place into kind of like an adventure training to people who actually want to try to make a change, but not necessarily working for somebody particular. At least they would have skill training.
I'll just say that. Well, I mean, I did tell you that you could do with the place what you want. So, I mean, fantastic. It's probably better than what I could have dreamed up myself. I think I'll spare Vod the thing, and I'll just go to Sini because she's more like the caring person. I'll go to her and I show the orc with Taste Memories, and I'll just show her the end, essentially, with the part she has missed.
She does kind of not necessarily cry, but like you can see like watery eyes, and she's just knew that short little goblin can do it, and she kind of like very softly, but like tries to do like a fist bump with the orb in a way of like trying to fist bump Tane. It's just thank you for showing me that. That means a lot.
It's just like Arista just stares at it like empty eye. Well, for you it was a lot more time, but for us we were like stuck in the field for 2 months, which is 3 years. Our punishment for doing the right thing. And I sort of had time to deal with it there in a way, I guess, and I just don't want to feel anymore.
Kind of places her hand on your shoulder. Try not to think of it like that. While I may not, I feel like I'm definitely not getting all of the information. You still saved all of us.
Well, they did. We were just there to help.
Well, try to cheer up a little bit. At least for
Yeah,
her.
maybe in 100 years.
100 Feywild years or 100 material plane years?
It's 100 years for her, whatever the fuck that might be. Anyway, she looks at him like that orb. By the way, you still have that lying around? That the busted up orb in the basement, or did I walk past it and didn't pay attention?
Oh,
The sphere of whatever.
Azrael or whatever the fuck it's called.
Yeah.
Orb of Azrael, whatever.
Orb of Azrael, whatever it's called. There's a sphere and an orb. One of them's small, and we moved it to the desert, and the other one's here.
yeah, we did. It's there's a lot that you have to see. So
I
she
mean,
kind of
I thought those golems do shit, but I didn't know they would do this much shit.
you don't even see them. They're just gone at this point.
Where the fuck
Uh,
are they even?
She
They
kind of
all once they all just killed
she kind of
themselves.
like shows you the place a little bit, and when you get to the basement has been completed, and it is like you see a new kind of like a new circle that's been made, and it's very decorative. And you can see the two golems standing close to that, almost like guards in a way. But this is where they were completed, so this is where they stopped. And they kind of have it like in a corner, and they kind of like have it a little bit covered up, and it's just like this way, just in case nobody would exactly know what it is. Not the fact that anybody really remembers what this is, so it's there. But
I'm just looking at.
it's still kind of like caved in.
I think the only thing the thing that Ursa wants to sort of know from this is sort of, I mean, and I guess in a way I could reshape it if I really wanted to, but I know that it's like drawbacks if I cast something through it. But I think she more wants to figure out how she could potentially amplify one spell, just for one moment to sort of figure out. This is like bullshit D&D. This is not something that's in any fucking book, because it's like dealing with your item, like your like magic item, and sort of how it projects, how it amplified spells.
That was
But
the staff that amplified spells, correct? The orb
yeah,
stored
but
them.
but it's more like to sort of like figure out how to project a rune in a way, because she wants to cast like a amplified version of locate object, sort of learning from the runes that ancient civilization used.
You know that you would need a very special like metal if you want to try to. There's not a lot of research, but you can probably assume that you would need a specialized metal to kind of like try to add it to the orb. Um, for kind of a little bit of quickness, with a little bit of decent research done,
I'll probably go to the drag Lucian to the library if needed.
you would probably come to find out that that's how the orb was kind of created in the first place. Was it started off with a couple runes, and as the city grew into the empire, they added what they needed, and it slowly reshaped. But they don't know exactly too much about it besides of the type of material, which it's any kind of stone mixed with a little bit of a metal into it. It's not that hard, but the idea was they're not sure how to put it into the orb. Which, by the way, since you went to the library, you got shown a very unique gift that the librarian showed you. That over the course of a couple of years, he found this slime. Right? He explains before he showed you anything. He's found this slime, if you will. And first, I thought it was just slime or some ooze, maybe. I'm not really sure where it came from until I started noticing it changing. Sweetie, can you come in here for a second? And you see a little kid kind of comes in. Yes, Daddy? And you're in shock as it is a kid version of Akuma. And he's now.
I just look at.
Now, before you say anything, or do anything, probably.
It's like you see like the hat.
Great, ready, like.
I don't think this is what Akuma was. And then she is a. I don't even know if a tiefling is the right word. Like,
okay.
let's
It's a hand
just.
down.
I've done a little bit of research on her, including asking around with other demonic entities that owe me a favor to. They don't sense any demonic presence with her as with the original. I think, and he tries to go back where Akuma chose to, I think it was read the final part of the book. And she kind of like got changed in her physical way. There must have been a pure essence of her that got ejected from the body. And it wasn't strong enough, so it was just a slime. And over time, it has slowly grown to form a human-like body. It's still like a little bit pinkish, and it still kind of has like a little bit horns, but it's not very familiar looking to tieflings. But
Or she just stares at her.
she's like
Looks at him.
she's like kind of scared, staring at you the way you're scared staring at her, and he's just, I know what you're thinking, but I think this has no connections with the Titan.
Titan's fucking dead. That's all I have to say. Good fucking riddance.
So we may not have to worry about anything. So, but I thought you would probably have liked to know that something kind of.
Or she's like, like, stop staring. I was like,
He's just
okay,
like,
yeah, sorry.
he sees
Sorry,
you and
wait.
it's just like, you can go back and play now, and she kind of like runs off.
And just looks at him. Is like, so what the fuck? Anyway, I mean, I guess why am I even surprised, right? I mean, like fucking Akuma and the bullshit. I mean, I wish I fucking killed them, but you know, it is what it is. Would have saved a lot of us a lot of trouble.
Right. Anyways, what can I do for you? And then you go on to.
It's like I was like, I need to cast this fucking like I need to find this statue. Super important, like super important. Like Lucian over here is getting bored, so we probably need to figure out how to do this quick because I need to find a way
Library
to.
knows everything.
Yeah, I know the library knows everything, but like it's like I know the library knows everything, but then this is something new which probably hasn't been recorded. We need to find a statue of a person.
You know that's difficult, right? Like,
Yeah, I know that's difficult. That's why the fuck I come here. Like,
I mean, like, that could take. I can't even calculate of how long it would take.
yeah, but it's because y'all suck and you have no ideas. Let's just do it now. You just need to superpower it, like one moment of superpower. And I mean, like the fucking library isn't in all planes of existence. I mean, should be easy. Just do it.
First
You have
off,
all these weird books here.
nothing is that powerful to search the range that you're looking for.
It's just this plane. It's not that special.
It is a very big plane, mind you. It's a whole planet.
Yeah,
You
it's
don't-
probably
there's-
somewhere.
There is nothing that is that powerful to search a whole planet.
Well, just this continent then, okay? Jeez, sorry.
You know, trying to search this continent would take months, if not years.
Yeah, that's why I'm here. It's like you people, you keep thinking so little.
You,
That's the reason why nothing happens.
Maybe you're thinking a little too big out of your
No,
scope.
I was thinking too big, and then I went down to something more realistic.
Look, if you're wanting to use the ore, first off, you need, and he explains about the type of metal.
I'll just reshape it to be smaller. I can make it. I don't need to add. I just need to make it smaller, focused primarily on this purpose.
And then he says, "What do you have the staff?"
No, that's the whole problem. The staff like got eaten by the idiot that we killed.
Well, where's he at? Did you get it from him?
No, he did like he sucked it up, and then he died, and then nothing happened.
Well,
Just
then
in
it's
his dead body on the Shadowfell.
then it's kind of hard to use that. The whole purpose of the orb was with the staff. Without the staff, both of them are semi-suckish. Like, you could still put your own power into it, but, and I'm sure you explained the way it looks now, and he's just, I don't know if we can even fix that.
Man, this place fucking sucks. No, just kidding. I'm just messing with you now. I'm just upset that things are so hard.
Look, let me give me a little bit. I'll see if there's a way, but I don't know if normal magic can fix that. I think the staff amplifying, like mending or something, would put it back. But like, have you
I mean, you
tried?
know,
Have
I
you
mean,
tried
I haven't.
anything?
I mean, mending is a little bit of shit cantrip. I mean, like I'm talking more about fabricate and probably maybe I don't know, and like upcasting that really does anything mechanically. But
You,
as you explained to the guy,
he's just like, well, go try that. Let me know.
I just look. Oh yeah, wait, there's teleportation. So okay, I'll be back in like 5 minutes.
Well, you could just message me, and then you probably like already walked off and left, and you just
I was like, Lucian, we're going fucking teleporting. It's fun as fuck, right? Wee.
I'm
Wait, unless you want to
bored.
stay with, unless you want to stay with the paper.
He kind of looks at it and he's just kind of want to set it on fire, and then walks away.
I mean, like that.
Yeah.
Hell yeah! Like I'll just teleport back, and
Why
I'll
would
just like.
Everybody wants to set my
I was gonna
library
say
on fire.
you could leave Lucian to play with the little kid. He might even find that more entertaining than playing.
No,
with
he
the
doesn't
dwarf.
want. He probably go like prefers like the lurching feeling of getting teleported than staying there.
It's better than just sitting there.
Anyway,
So, anyways, you
Leave
teleport.
the library. I want it burned down.
I'll just cast like what the 6th level fabricate on that orb and just make it smaller and more compact. Like I will just compact it down and just one purpose only, which is that locate object spell.
Okay, so the idea was trying to compact it. You see, as you go to cast that, you hear almost like a very tiny, like the faintest of a dent, as like one little, like not even the tile, but like a little piece of the tile just barely goes in.
Fucking sucks. I hate this place. I hate everything. You want to go back to the fail? It's gonna take a while. Or do you want to go spar with the people outside to teach them some actual tricks?
Either way, I'm forced to do something.
Yeah, I mean, I took you out of here, I gave you a way out. Now you can go do like have fun with these people, teach them some, you stuff.
All right, I'll go whip their ass. As he just
Yeah,
walks out there, and he's just, oh hi, like you hear somebody like, oh hi, you must be, my arm, and he's like, you have no defense. So he's just like, yo, what the fuck?
Rip someone's arm off?
No, we just broke it.
You hope.
His training doesn't have a start time. It's just an instant thing. And you just
Yeah.
So, anyways,
I,
What do
thi- I
you
think
do?
I'm just gonna sit there and just go like, fine, stupid shit orb, and just start send a message to the guy. Oh, this is gonna take a fucking while, and you just sit there and like over the course of I guess like a week or something, probably like sit there constantly fucking try to compact this fucking piece of shit.
this
Probably be very upset all the time.
this would take a year's worth
Ah, fuck that shit. I was like, fuck that shit.
because
Look the orb.
because of how because again, this was a really big orb. Even though being smashed in, it still has to slowly compact every single thing smaller and smaller. And you're go ahead and make an insight for
I was already bored after like probably like a day.
me.
I was just very impatient right now. 14, that's not that bad for us, huh?
You think maybe due to the magical nature of it that was crafted by a titan that this was supposed to be again just this huge construct. It's not supposed to get smaller, and so you're almost like you're fighting against its nature, and it's like you're able to do it, but it would just take a such long time to get it to a very small size.
How long would it take for it to just be an orb? Like just to be orb shaped, so like caved in part, so that it's sort of
Make it spherical.
Yeah,
again.
just to make it swear again. How long would that take me? Because I'm willing to invest some time into this to help Tay out, but it's more like how much.
It's still going to take a decent amount. I will.
You're the DM. How much?
I will at least say I'll take at least 1 month off. It's still pretty close to one way or the other.
Yeah, fuck that shit. I'll just sit there for a month. I'll be like, Lucian. I mean, if you want to go fucking home, go home. This is gonna take me a month.
He'll eventually go home, but
Yeah,
it
I'll just sit there. I'll just
when I
probably
say
ask.
now when I say like it's like 6 months that it would take for this
Rather than 7.
because a whole year is 7 months.
Mm.
So this would take at least roughly 6 months because again you're about half from either being a full orb or being a very small compact orb.
And then she's just gonna have that orb of taste sitting there, like as she's working on it, like, oh, it's better be fucking worth it. Like
Okay,
just constantly looking at it every day.
so you pretty much do this for 6 months.
Yeah, I just go hang out with the people outside as well and sort of like message people during the day because like message is the lowest spell. She's purposefully not messaging her parents or family yet. She's saving that for after this.
Okay, so for which will be pretty much 11-19 FA for you.
Mm.
You will eventually get the orb back to its original size. Painstakingly grueling time back to its original size.
And then I think the moment the day Orisa fucking manages it, she just messages the library, fuck this shit, I'm done. Hated it. So angry. 6 months of anger. Ready to fucking unload into this fucking shit orb.
Maybe we should have killed the goblins right away.
Yeah, should have killed him later.
You use the orb to do it if you did it later. Make a nice expanded fireball,
Mm.
and there'd be a real crater.
So what do you do now?
I'm just gonna fucking charge the piece of shit.
You want to do what?
Like, you need to charge it first, so before I can do anything with it.
Okay, so you invest we'll say
Fuckloads of magic.
yeah, we'll say a week and you dump as much as you can.
Like every day, just continuously bursting down all the like the people upstairs. They just hear like the fucking orbs being charged and probably like, get a bit confused. It starts humming, right? I assume it starts humming with energy and just keeps charging it.
Hear some curses too.
The hum
Fucking
just
orb!
gets louder each day.
Looks at the orb with like taste memories. Better be fucking worth it.
Okay. Again, we'll say at least a week worth of energy stored into this of the orb of Azrael.
I mean, guess it's time to cast a supercharged locate object
Okay.
through the fucking.
Okay. Are you
Mhm.
what would be the 3 things on your mind that you would be trying to locate? In retrospect of like if you had 100%, what would take up the majority, the second and the third out of that whole 100?
I mean, the main thing that I'm looking for is just Zuya's statue.
Mm-hmm.
Like the statue. That's like 100% allocation to that.
Of
Like she
course,
just wants
but
to find the statue.
if there was other things that like I wonder what this could reach or anything like that out of
What
curiosity.
this could just.
Like what would you be thinking as well? Like if this worked or if you could try to find something.
What would she look for otherwise? Probably because it's objects I'm looking for. I think the other things that you would look for is potential portals to other planes. Because she knows of the Shadowfell portal, she knows of the Farwell portal. So I think if she if there's, she probably like the main focus is finding the statue, and then out of
Influence.
curiosity, ports to other realms.
Okay.
Abyssal portal.
You go to cast locate object, and you're not sure exactly how far this reached. Um, you're not getting any sorts of indicator on uh, of what you're looking for. You do, however, at least get maybe a fayish presence of a portal, maybe within the mountains. And
Another one.
This is about, in retrospect. Let me see if I can do this right. That seems roughly about. That's about how far the orb goes with your locate object.
Like, or is it just like sort of like, oh, man. Looks at the orb.
You make a history check.
Sure, fuck it. I mean, I rolled a 16 and an 18 as CVA. Like, 27.
Okay. After casting this, you do happen to realize that the orb was only allowed to go for an extended radius, and that was even with the staff, because if it was at the heart of the empire, it would try its best to cover the city, so it was kind of like that. So it only had a very specific amount of radius, and again, that was with the staff powering it.
Mhm.
So again, that was probably about, however I had it the first time, that was probably about. Well, I'll try to center it a little bit more on with the orbis. There you go.
Well, that was fun. Now that I fixed it at least. Sorry, there was a portal to the Feywild in the mountains, right?
Yeah.
Where?
Are you gonna try and take the orb to the Feywild?
It's kind of like in the middle-ish of the desolate wall, like right on the tip of your locate.
I think what I was just gonna do is like just fly out of the place and just go look for the portal.
You see probably due to time, we're going to get rid of that. Probably due to time, a almost doesn't even look like a temple. Extreme rundown, broken temple to what you would think would be the Mountain Lord. You maybe think this is probably the area that he was mentioning about when he was giving up one of his pearls of trying to redo a temple of his.
As she looks at it. Well, guess and I then like sort of looks inside. So like I think I'm gonna find, now that I found the temple, I'm gonna look for the actual portal.
Okay. You kind of like go inside, and it's really run down. There's rubble everywhere. You would have to probably excavate a little bit where the magic orb crawl through with like polymorph or whatever. But you eventually come across a very small little chamber that kind of like once you get past a lot of the rocks and able to enter into this chamber, it's kind of like glowing with a little bright presence.
I just look at it. Then I pick up a rock and I just throw it at the thing.
It goes through.
Good. And then
That poor rock.
someone on the other end of it is like gets hit by a rock. Like, ugh. Anyway, I think at this moment Arissa just sits down on the ground and just looks at the orb in her hand. Is like, I have no clue how I'm gonna do this. It's gonna take me so long, but I will try. I mean, I have many years to try this, but I will find her eventually. So this weird 6 months were wasted of my life, but I have to go deal with some shit that I can deal with now. But I'll promise I'll come back to this. And I think after this, Arissa would just spend the day, like the upcoming time, just moving all the way south to Verpolis. Like, eagle flying straight to Verpolis.
Okay. Easy enough.
And the day before she arrives, because the sun also goes up in the west right here, I assume.
To
Yeah.
be simple, I'm not gonna come up with something.
Yeah,
else.
like I assume it doesn't really matter, because if it was the other way around, I would come from the other
Rising
direction.
east.
Whatever. No, it's like in the like that's why Japan's called the land of the setting sun, because it's in the
Yeah.
east.
I thought it was land of the rising sun.
Was it the rising sun or the setting
Yeah,
sun?
it's,
Yeah,
the
it's the
rising.
rising
Rise.
sun.
Okay,
I
then
just
then
used
have
that today to figure out which
Yeah.
direction was north.
There
I was
you
like,
go.
sun's setting over there, so that direction's south. and
Was it
that's
the land of
north.
setting sun? It was the land of setting
It's
sun.
land of the
Whatever.
rising sun.
Rising sun. Anyway, then I'll fly around for Verpolis from the east.
I know for a fact because we used to go to Myrtle Beach, which is on the
Yeah,
east
yeah, I
coast of
believe you.
America, and watch the sunrise.
Yeah.
So
And then she will, the day before she arrives, she will message her sister. I promise I would come back. Look to the east at sunrise. And then she would just literally, the next morning, on sunrise, as the sun's coming up on the horizon, she will just walk towards where she knows her sister and family are.
I'll say that they are extremely surprised to see you since it's been so long. They thought you've forgotten about them. Your family seems older, and you happen to notice your brother is there as well, with his who comes along with the whole family, and his now pregnant wife, who is
Alistar's sister.
Alistar's sister.
Die! Oh my god! Oh my god!
Oh, yeah, so like literally like
Is Stalker Girl still around somewhere, just stalking him from the bush? Angry.
no. Ursa doesn't really react. She doesn't care. It's like I'm just doing that as the player. The player's like, Ursa the character doesn't give a shit in that sense. She just like, but she focuses first on her sister. And is like,
I mean,
Told
doesn't
you it'd come
Arissa
back.
come in shaped as an eagle?
No, walking of course. Like she looks at the sister. I told you it'd come back.
With a big family reunion, they're all extremely happy to see you again.
So, and then she looks at them. I know you all made your place over here, but slight complications. With the Feywild being a thing, and me being a title holder and whatever in whatever form you want to call it, is like a very important thing, and I have to be there. So, and I don't really like the idea of you all growing old and dying as I'm learning my powers. So, if you don't oppose, I would like for you all to come with me to the Feywild.
There's hesitation amongst the group. Your sister is one of the first ones to speak up, saying she would like to visit someplace new. And so she doesn't mind packing up and going. Your brother said probably would have to talk to boss to see if this is okay, since he's a part of something, but at the same time, he's been kind of like allowed to stay here because of this is where the family was. But if people decide to go, we can go to the Fae too.
I mean, I'm technically a boss in a way. And her
And,
boss.
Your
mean-
parents say that while that sounds lovely, their adventuring time is not like it used to, and they would prefer to live out here.
Well, it's not. She's gonna say it's not adventuring. It's like you'll be as safe as can be.
But, darling, we're safe here. It's. Look, I just. We're getting a little bit older, and I just don't know about restarting a whole new place that we don't know. Plus, I'm doing pretty good on my crops. I might actually say. Surprisingly, I got a knack for it.
Well, you can do that there too. It's not like that's an issue.
Sure.
It's like I just don't
Weird.
like. I don't want you to grow old whilst like I'm away, because time is so weird in there. It's like if I go stay there for 5 years, you're dead, and I don't really want to come back knowing that you're dead.
I understand. I don't know if we. And he kind of looks back to your mother, and they seem to kind of like share this, at least the little same face, and it's just. I think we might just want to stay here. I mean, I don't want to cause any problems for you, Arissa. There's so much that's happened over the past couple of years. And I feel like our time is probably better to relax a little bit and do what we a little bit enjoy. I'm not saying anything's wrong with this new Fae realm, plane, whatever. But go ahead and make a persuasion check. And this is a pretty hard one.
I mean, I'm just gonna, because I'm fucking Arissa, like I need to fucking check. Okay. Arissa looks at them, and you can see, like, I think if anyone who is, like, anyone of the Feywild, and like probably like the queen, if they would look at her, they can see that probably the energy of the luck swirling around there, and she's like really conflicted. Like she knows,
You
but this is not even luck. This is her wizard power essentially. But she,
you can
You
tell
see how she-
that it's they're obviously getting old. If
Mm.
not quite there just yet, but they're old enough, and you can see as though it's like they just don't want to. They to them see this as like a whole new place, a whole new adventure to restart things, and they seem to have really settled in Frupolis and made something their own. And they're not quite sure if they want to give that up.
yeah. You just see that, like, I guess someone who's attuned to this magic, and probably if someone would cast that magic, people could probably see all the energy swirling around the recess. The conflict in her is like raging on, and she just looks at them, and then she looks at the orb, and looks through the last memories of Tay. Like, essentially, just looks at the Shadowfell part, and then at fighting the Titan part, or like fighting Lily first and foremost, and then looking at Tay sacrificing herself. And then she looks up at them, and she stares at them. I could convince you, but I think this shows my pain and why I don't want you to stay here. And then she just holds out the orb towards them to look at it.
They watch it, and
I've lost too much.
they watch it, and you can see the conflict on their face as well. And your dad kind of goes and hugs your mother and kind of holds on to her and just okay. We'll we'll go with you.
I promise you it will be safe. I just can't lose more, and I need to learn how to control this, and I don't. I'm done losing. I've lost it enough.
Let us pack all things and we'll be ready. So within time, they get their most valuable stuff packed up, and they come back to you saying that they are ready to go.
And I have the question for you, Joseph. In this time, will I have learned to cast 7 level magic? That has been past now. Well, is it like what 8 months?
To try to do what?
Plane shift.
Why the hell not, right? Sure.
I mean, it's the end of the campaign, right? Who the fuck cares? I think Arissa just looks at them. Well, I guess it's gonna be an adventure in a way, in the sense of like it's a new world, but it's a place where we'll be more safe than ever, protected by people who value my and your life by extent more than anything else. It's where all our friends are that are left, bar one. And
Two.
no, you're in the other like. Oh yeah, I meant Podan, like because Frost like to her.
Okay, 3.
2.5.
Whatever,
Does
like
not count as a friend anymore?
so has left
the
me,
airplane.
betrayed me by leaving. Anyway, Arissa's also emotionally very unstable and forgetful, so don't
So
fucking
was secretly Natalie all along.
don't fucking harass my character now, because otherwise I'll go kill your character, because I can. Anyway,
I mean, Zoe doesn't even know that y'all are alive or dead. It's been like 5 years since he last talked to any of you.
but as he says that, at least now I can know that you're all safe. And then she would just like, her eyes would turn green as she will like sort of like suck all of them into the portal to go back to the Feywild, exactly to the statue of Day, right in
Okay.
front of it.
Okay. Anything else?
And then she just says, "Well, this is our place now, or my place, but this is also your place. Make it your home. You can change whatever you want, whatever way you want. If you need my help or someone else's help, it will be sorted." I guess now it's time to build. And then what she will do, now we can go into time skips. What she will do from now on is that she will take her time when she's not busy learning stuff, go to the material plane, fly around physically searching for the statue, and like using magic as well to find it. Like if she can like just locate objects, if she can, she will physically spend time looking for it and flying around trying to find it and teleporting around, all the good stuff. And another thing that she will do is that she will go to places and villages and cities and start spreading I guess a idea of praying to luck, and if you're lucky enough, You'll hear it. So she start building a religion on luck,
Oh god.
slowly but surely.
Of
Just
course.
become Artagon, Artagan, however it's
So
pronounced.
Joseph, you can go write that fucking down because this is what she's fucking doing.
Go become the Traveler.
Okay.
No, this is just a fun. Like I'm giving Joseph a nuke for him to use whenever he wants.
There's just gonna be a cult of luck. It won't even be a whole religion. They're just gonna make a cult based around you instead.
And they can do whatever
They're
they
gonna
want.
start murdering anyone who says anything about bad luck.
I mean, that's for Joseph to decide. Anyway,
We'll see
I
how
think
things
that.
go down the path.
I mean, but she's scouring the material plane to find that
With-
statue.
With your family, two of your closest allies, all within the Feywild of your home, that is where they stay the most of their time until they grow old and, if not, venture off to visit what Feywild has to offer to different places. I assume your sister would probably, along with your brother and his new family, try to go look at other places, but maybe with a little bit of talks, they don't really go too far. But you make time the best you can with them now, since you finally, through like almost 2 years of a constant battle and conflict of trying to save this continent, if not the world, from this prisoned god of getting loose and doing whatever he sees fit. You worked hard to prevent it, you and your allies. And you spend what other remaining time to either pretty much show that luck has returned from its 2 years of missing since you were jailed, showing that luck has returned and trying to scour the globe of a statue and using whatever magic is necessary, whether it's messaging, locate object, just whatever you can to try to find. You're not quite sure exactly how many years has passed until one of your messages has connected through. And that's where we're in that part. Tay.
Oh god, I wasn't ready for this. All right, yeah.
Just like any other morning, you wake up with your newly acquainted comrades after saving Oceanfall. You get a sensation that somebody's watching you. Make a either perception or insight.
$17.
As you kind of like glancing around, you happen to notice that Marissa seemed to be staring just a little bit hard at you, and just
You okay?
Why would that need to be wrong?
I guess you're right. Just seemed you were focused on something or someone.
Focus am I not?
We freed Oceanfall. That's wonderful, isn't it?
Are you not conflicted that we had to kill your family?
In some ways, yes, but I betrayed them, so to them, I'm nothing more than just a traitor. I'm not family. I'm just a traitor that deserves death. As far as they see it. I, I just hope someday maybe I'll find something like that, or someone that does care about me.
You see, as you say that, you see how the probably this Orisa, I don't know. I'll just take some freedom here. You see how that Orisa like narrows her eyes, very like, and sort of looks at you a lot closer. If only you knew.
And only if you knew, in fact, because throughout your adventure, Tay, periodically you feel as though you're being heavily stared at. Sometimes you're not able to find the source. Sometimes you just don't know it that Orisa just every now and then seems to stare a little bit more awkwardly longer at you. But you never seem to make 2 cents of it. Then as time has gone on, and once again, after just saving Oceanfall, resting for the night, like a replay, same feeling of random moments in time, something staring at you, just unable to place it. Make a make either a religion or insight, and you can add a D10 to it.
Religion or insight at a D10. Well, my insight's a +1. My religion is a 0. So we'll do insight. Whew, okay. That's a 3. 12.
Carissa, do you want to change it?
Do I want to change the dice? You mean lucky? Do I feel that this is the thing going on?
Yes.
Or there is
It's yes and
there's something
no.
nagging at the back of my head, I suppose.
Yes and no. You feel something familiar, but at the same time, it's very minuscule that it's easy to lose track of it.
I guess Orisa, as he's, let's just say she's flying around as an eagle, like half stops flying and.
It does
Oh.
it does make you hesitate for a second, but unable to
Right.
tell what it is.
Yeah, exactly. And just like, sure, why not? And just, in her head's like, yeah, okay. Try again.
Go ahead and reroll, Tay. Add the D10 into it.
Gosh.
I'll let you keep the 9. Just reroll your.
You'll let me keep the 9?
Yeah.
Alright. 20 total.
You're not sure, not that you ever would be sure, but as you unknowingly to you, as you replay your memories, your adventure, your life over and over and over, you're not sure from what or from where. Something has changed very slightly this life and as it replays going forward, you have never seen this sphere of oasis. But everything stays the same. So you would have never forgotten your parental figure. And you go to where, when you sacrifice your life on those final days of the battle and you start to disappear, every single replay you hear a calling that sounds very familiar of, come home to me, my child.
How?
You can, as you are fading, you can see what appears to be almost like somebody is offering their arms out to you of like a warm embrace, waiting for you to take it.
Sure would.
Like every replay, you spend a moment holding who you would consider to be your mother, as both of you watch over your friends. And that, I think, is where we're in the Ostax
Does
trials.
does Arisa see this change in the orb? Eventually.
I'll say with enough times, and it might have been extremely subtle, that you might think it was like that the entire time. In a way, you don't. This must have been something from a higher thing that even you did not notice a very significant change, but minor in detail.
Well,
Congrats, guys.
did it, boys.
Let's do it again.
Let's do it again.
I think if I can, thank you guys a lot for just giving me the chance to DM for you all and create a story that hopefully will continue going on. And you guys have put multiple characters with great story in them that I don't think they'll be easily forgotten.
I'm curious to see how you're going to make sure that Cole's character dies next campaign.
It'll be pretty
At the
easy,
end.
but it's going to be a little bit more interesting than just forced.
Yeah.
I would also like to thank all of the people who have came and gone as well. The voices, as none of us are voice actors, but the voices of Voss, uh, Akuma, Brynjolf, Alistar, Alec, and then to a very special one who, unfortunately, that we've lost extremely early when we started this campaign, who played Basira, who was our cleric that started with the group. I'm sure I could maybe speak for everybody. We still miss you. So, Uh, but we have definitely saw a decent amount of people have come and gone. Whether it's good or bad, I think they still had a good part in our group and created the story that we have today. A bunch of individuals who wanted to try to do something better and not just for money, and found themselves in a cyclone of unfortunate events that, with one thing leading to another, they kept trying to push what was right. And eventually, all the way up to the end, with some sacrifices and some even unable to join, that they were able to accomplish what they set out to do something good without the fame involved. So, uh, yeah. Anybody else have anything to say?
Fuck my knife.
Are there snakes on the airplane?
There's unfortunately flying ones that I'll make sure you guys never go to, so I don't have to ever recreate those.
I'm gonna miss Arista. It's gonna like it was so much fun fucking with your shit. But now I have to go.
Another character who does that.
No, but I don't want to play another wizard. Back to back.
Arissa kept really. Arissa was like, I would say, behind the scenes, causing a lot of issues.
You did a really good job of messing with things and as a warlock before, so you could always try that again. Or
I
literally
will.
mess with things with any class. I think you could do.
I mean, technically, you could make a warlock with Arista as your patron. If you really wanted to.
You did it as a fighter. You messed with a lot of things of certain people's plans.
I'll say this: Teller has brought a lot of the emotions for me to really throw out there that people had to look at as an ally, and then at the next day was like they have to look at you differently. And I know due to some unsavory events, but I was still looking for a lot of roleplaying from Teller.
Yeah.
And then for Tay, I think I was only able to bring Tay down twice. Out of this entire campaign, I think I was only able to bring you down twice.
Both times with Lily too.
No, the first time was
Oh, it was with the smoky asses.
Yeah, when you guys fought the vampire, that was the only first time I was able to actually.
I think he brought you down twice.
Well,
I think I had to heal you twice with Sabura.
For that moment, I'm not counting the amount of times, but the actual first time, and then the second time was the force wall when I got you down, but you managed to get back up. I think out of this entire campaign, I've only brought you down twice.
I think you've brought Ursa down 0 times. Ursa's never. I don't think Ursa's ever dropped below 1 HP apart from story related things.
Yeah, so you guys did extremely well. So,
but Ursa's a fucking bitch.
With a little bit of time on our hands, do any of you have any questions? We'll make it a little bit quick. Questions that were like from the beginning to the attack on Zaccaster. I know that two of you have the most important questions of them all.
Was Alistair's sister really in that bear cave? I'm sorry, I have to ask that.
I also have that in my list.
I don't have it. I didn't give a flying fuck even then. Not now.
because
If
I
I
was
had
like,
gone in there as a bear, as Teller, what were the odds that I could have found her sister?
So her sister was not physically in that cave. There was, if you or any of you went in there and scouted it out, you would have found a very special, like, I guess you could say, necklace that belonged to her. And it would have been right next to what appeared to be a hole. She pretty much, when she was brought in there, she accidentally fell into this hole, whether accidentally or choosing to try to escape these bears. Um, Eventually, she was, I guess you, in a layman's term, just spit out in a whole different area where she was eventually kidnapped.
Mm.
So, if you guys followed that path, you would have found her a lot quicker and probably have discovered what the Sky Guardian or the Sky Seekers were doing a lot quicker.
Would have done it. We probably wouldn't have burned down or tried to burn down a mansion if we'd done that. And y'all
Probably
stop
would've.
Teller from doing it.
And so
Kidding.
uh, it's one of those that it was a choosy option of the
Choose your adventure.
like
I mean, to be fair, if we had gone down that route, the whole attack at the mansion thing probably wouldn't have happened.
it wouldn't have
Mm-mm.
because you would have stopped the Sky Seekers either a lot earlier or you would have they would have maybe been confronted about it a lot sooner by somebody higher if you guys reported it as well. And
Alright,
so a lot of people.
Next campaign, when my character wants to do something stupid like run into a cave full of bears, lesson learned, we should let me do it.
You can go ahead then.
Like, Hero is just like, no.
Like, alright, listen, Leroy. It's just Clay that's running into the cave
Yeah,
of
I
bears.
mean, the
We can-
thing,
This
thing
campaign, I
is, like-
wanted to do it just as Teller, and you all were like, you're gonna get yourself killed by bears, old man. And I was like, I can talk to animals, it'll be fine. I literally have a spell called Animal Friendship. Like, it'll be fine. And you all were like, you're gonna get yourself killed by bears, old man.
Because
if
I think that was
I mean, you
wasn't that
you probably
after,
would have found
that
some
was
way to
after
fuck it up.
if
that was
Vo-
after the spiders, wasn't it? That was after the spiders.
Yeah, that was after the spider.
if Voss would have let's say if you went in there, let's say Voss decided to try to go in there as well. There was one bearware in there that would have helped and or helped in that entire situation. There was a family that escaped a lot
I think Voss had
sooner.
even offered to go in with me, actually.
They were like in a back part of the cave, and if you guys tried to not necessarily fight, but like try to convince, they probably would have noticed and came to assist. But again, you guys chose separately.
Next time my character wants to do something stupid like walk into a cave full of bears, you should let me do it.
Any other questions, whether to me or to others in that area of time?
Okay. In the spider cave, speaking of the spiders, what was in the little like upper cave where the lobsters came out of if we would have like gone into the water and continued up that stream?
That actually would have took you uh, relatively close to about right here. It's the same cave that you guys took to go back in there.
Oh, I was also going to ask about the two offshoot caves that were on either side of the main chamber.
Yeah, if you would have went through the lobster one, or if you went through the lobster one, because there was another one to the side. If you went to the lobster one, that would have took you closer to the ocean part of it. But the one to the side of it that was going in the same direction, that's the one that took you close to the sanctuary area.
Okay.
The one to the right.
What about the third one?
Left, whichever direction.
The one that was like pointed this direction. Where would that have gone?
That would have took you up into the mountains. If you guys, I'll say this during your whether it was the attack on the South Kingdom, or if you guys were choosing to attack more of the wares in general, you could have used the spiders as more of reinforcements.
Too bad we didn't have a real way of talking to them easily anymore. I
Well, we
mean,
did
we
with
still have the
Teller.
spell.
Um,
We did. Orisa did have the spell.
I could cast tongues on them, so it would have been
Yeah.
fine.
if you guys, uh, if you guys made them a little bit more of a enemy or whatever creatures that were down below, which
We
were
could have been popping out of the earth.
they would have came
Attacking
out in other directions.
Nice. Nice.
Anything else?
I'm trying to think of something.
What
They're,
happened? So the refugees were kidnapped by the Sky Seekers,
Mhm.
like Mayfredark, Garanethal, Alistar's sister. All of them, the refugees were being kidnapped. Where were they taking to them? Taking them? What were they? What was happening?
So
List.
they were taking them to that mansion, which they were placed in that metal shack that you guys went to. But at night, the wares come and retrieve them and take them back to their place. That's why it was empty when you guys found it, because they were already taken away. There was there is a secret uh, under the stairs that Voss was looking at, but didn't roll high enough. A tunnel that led to the back end that was only accessible on the other side of the wall. So this way they could have obviously never have gotten out. So open the door, pretty much push them in, shut it, and then the wares would come in through the entrance that you all fought to get into when you were trying to search that cell, pretty much. That's when the wares would have came through, grabbed them, and took them out.
All right. God, I really want to ask this question because I'm really curious about it, but it's not till the end game.
Okay.
Mm.
Well, we'll go ahead and move it to the next one then. So the next one is pretty much after the fight of Sanctuary, going to pretty much the mansion, going all the way up north, all the way to the attack on the South Kingdom. So there was a decent bit that's happened there.
Until when we attacked the south? Is that what you said?
Yeah, so like pretty much after Zach Caster, all the way to the fight with Lily the first time.
Okay. I have like 2 questions about that part. Did I really write tunnel lobsters? Sorry, I'm reading my question.
I have one question. The only question that I have for the entire campaign is more like, was Lily supposed to be a main villain from the start, or was it only after I resurrected her?
I wanted to ask you that one.
You changed the campaign entirely.
I mean, she was already one of the what's it called, archmages, right? Just not.
I mean, that's just
So,
me. It's like I knew
okay.
I knew the answer to that. I just wanted to ask again.
Okay, so of course, with
Who
it
wa-
being my first campaign, my first story, and all of that as well, there was a lot that I guess you could say I didn't factor in too much. And so when you decided to revive Lily, that's when I had to go back and re-add a bunch of material that would make sense. So there would have never been a such thing as of a like a magic council of the South. It would have just been you guys versus Ace. The idea with the Titan and the whole ending kind of still fits around the same way, but Lily would have never been a part of it. Um, but because you revived her, and I had to rethink a bunch of things because it's like, how does she come into play, especially now she was revived? Like a whole new path went on, I'm like, actually, this is probably a lot better. And so kept it where Ace continued to show off as the villain, just a guy choosing bad deeds but still trying to do something what's right, where Lily was playing in the background the entire time. So, yes, you changed it entirely.
Oh wow.
I mean, I knew that was the thing because I was like, there's no fucking way that you could ever imagine that I would do something like that. So,
Yeah, no,
you know, I'm glad I did because it added a whole layer of story that I think the story went better for it.
yeah, I think so. So that's why I changed it and went with it.
Mm. Oh, the phone died.
Ah, dang it, Cole.
I saw that.
Loser.
Oof.
Anything else for that area, and then we'll check back with Cole whenever he gets back.
What did we do there? I don't even think about it.
You guys went to the mansion and fought Black Mask. You met with what you guys
Oh,
call the
Black
boy
Mask,
band.
was that like when he was he supposed to die there? We just like, ah, fuck it.
I didn't necessarily plan for him to die, but you guys like took him out extremely well, so he died. So it's like, okay. I didn't want to use him anyway.
I mean, yeah, he was just one of those things. Like, I know that I put a lot of this shit in this campaign is placed there by me in the terms of like NPCs and stuff. And I was just like, okay, we already have enough of the fucking my NPCs, so it's okay if one dies with them, so it's fine.
yeah,
It would have been interesting in some way to see where that would have gone.
I think would have been definitely interesting if he stayed, or how things would have changed when you guys came back to the south and like had to do your whole trial thing. Would have been very interesting. He probably would have been maybe like a mini boss before like a Lily fight type thing, but you guys took care of him.
Mm.
What would have happened if I remember when Ace used the orb and the staff. What if after he did that, what if he died instead of surviving that? Since
When he tried to get all of you guys back from the whaling caps back to the fort.
yeah.
Rather than us nursing him back to health. Specifically.
If he died, the first off, I think he was already in his second form at that time, so it would have been Goromaki. He would have. He actually would have then just continued to hunt down powerful mages to pretty much absorb the process that he had to take was he needed strength, which is where uh, what was his name? The werebear that you guys worked with started with a P. Polis. He absorbed Polis and
Well, Polus's head, because that was what Ace took with him, right, or whatever.
yeah.
No. He took the body.
He took the body. It gave
He had
him
the head. The head was left behind.
it gave him an insane amount of power, so that's where he became this really bulky form. And then obviously, if you guys kept him from absorbing the snow owl from the whaling caps, if he would have finished her, I think he would have already finished transformation at that point. But you guys stopped him as well. So there was a chance that he could have maybe been manipulated by Lily and used against you guys, or something further on, a little bit further down the road. But instead, you guys kept Ace alive and then kind of left him, so he was vulnerable at that point.
if we would have took Ace with us, you know, like he wouldn't have done health, but he would have been basically like,
He only knew where to go. He didn't know Ace's actual location. The only person that this monster knew was Akuma's, and they both kind of like a ping, not like an exact dot. So if you guys took Ace with you, he would have destroyed the fort but found nothing there, and then so he would have roamed the north
Got
trying
it.
to.
We should have taken Ace and killed Akuma.
Yeah, talking about killing Akuma in Witchfight in the library when I actually tried to kill her. If not for that book, would you have let me kill the character?
Oh boy.
Because I forgot about that book there. I was actually trying to kill Akuma there.
Um.
Big.
It would have been a really big conversation, but I already had the idea that she had an option, and it was either to choose family, which is what she chose, or freedom. She chose family, so it led her to the dark side because she was trying to get closer to her family, which was the Titan.
Mm.
Because in a sense, that's her reincarnation anyway, her vessel. If she chose, if she done that and you killed her, I would have been maybe willing, and it would have, and again, it would have taken a little bit of thought, but I think I would have had it where the non-connected one, which is the one that you found, the childlike, except it wouldn't have been a child. It would have probably be able to retake the body since the bad one is gone, and you would have had an Akuma that had no ties to a Titan or even a demonic like blood.
God damn it! I should have killed her.
If she would have chose freedom, you guys would have saw this black ooze leave her, and
we
saw it.
probably would have had to fight that later on.
You would have had to fight the evil version of Akuma that Teller definitely saw, and it would have been Akuma and that guy as they would have eventually teamed up and have gone together. But because he was left alone in a sense that he can only do what he can do best, and he still had to absorb power the longest way. So if it would have took two different whole options, if she chose family, went to the dark side, and you killed her, uh, it would have prevented a little bit and caused a little bit more chaotic stuff. Um, and if she chose freedom, you guys would have had it dealt with both of them in the future.
Mm.
So
gosh, I really want to ask this one.
go for it.
Okay, since you mentioned that Akuma and the other one was a vassal.
Mm-hmm.
Was Lily ever considered as a possibility as a vassal
No,
for the Titan, or no?
not even close.
No blood relation.
It doesn't necessarily have to be blood relations to be a vassal, but the vassal has to be molded pretty much. It has to be created, and it can't be like, oh, this person died, well, I'll start with the next person. It takes a really long process. And for Akuma and her backstory, she was legitly like hatched from an egg. Think of it like for Dragon Ball Z reference of Demon King Piccolo with Piccolo. So yeah. So Lily was what she was supposed to be, a champion for Bane, aka Morgoth. She was meant to stay there, but she was offered a chance to take over the Shadowfell if continuing good work.
Oh, all right.
So she was trying to kind of step a little bit forward in time. She was trying to accumulate more power, is why she shut like the bridge off to the afterlife. So the more dead that's there, the more powerful she can get.
Oh, okay, okay.
Uh, anything
Uh,
else with that area of time?
oh, I got one for Clay.
I have one more for the DM, but you can ask yours first.
So, all right, for Zoe, did you ever did you ever flip flop on if you would have if Zoe would have stuck with the group, even with what he found out?
That's technically after this period, so I don't know if the DM wants me to go
That's
ahead.
that's fine. Go for it. I don't care.
All right, go ahead, continue.
Even after what he found out, were you ever thinking of the possibility of keeping Zoe around longer, or no? Or did you already have it planned out that you were gonna bring Poden in?
I was originally going to switch back to Teller, but I'll be honest. The reason I didn't want to flip back to Teller is because uh, I kind of always felt like I was a failure when I was playing as Teller, and I didn't want to have to deal with those sort of feelings because I always felt like I was not really helping the group very much as Teller, and uh, didn't really want to play as him again. But I also wanted to try to get back to Teller's story at the same time.
Okay.
So,
You can
does
ask
that
your
make
question for good.
sense?
Yeah, yeah. You can ask your question for
Um, if we had gotten stuck in the ruin, where we had to end up rescuing Sona and the others, would they have instead caught up and rescued us from that ruin? The one where like their bodies got taken over by spirits from the Shadow Fell, and we had to get them to touch the mirrors and switch the spirits back.
Would have the group that you went to save
Would
you?
would they have saved us instead if we had gone into the ruins before they came?
If uh oh, you're talking about like when you guys saw that
'Cause
place
they
a
went
lot
where,
earlier.
yeah, we saw it way before they did, and then they went in because they had tracked us to that area and thought we went in, right? So
Yeah.
if we had gone in and gotten trapped, would they then have caught up and saved us?
I think a solid idea would have been where uh oh yeah, because that was during the time they were chasing you guys. You saw it
Yes.
before, then went to Thorndale and teleported back. Uh, yeah, they. The option would have been that if you guys got captured in there, do you do you stay there in a sense, like in this mirror realm, trying to you know hopefully somebody will come along and save you, or do you continue going further, which would have then eventually took you to the Shadow Fell, but in a whole nother area. You guys have to track your way through all of that. So it would have been just like a whole different side adventure in a sense.
All right.
Uh,
Okay.
we can go to that next time frame, which was the pretty
After the
much
battle with Lily.
yeah
to-
the Sphere of Oasis, uh, the death of Akuma, and pretty much going to the temple.
How much would the collector have been willing to pay for Tei and Akuma?
He
I
in a
basically tried to do like 10 times what I thought they were worth and just be like, would he be willing to pay this outrageous fee?
If he
he's
actually would have paid for it,
it's the thing is that if you guys went through that direction, it would have led slightly different things. Um, Akuma, he knew what Akuma was, and so he wanted the vessel of a Titan. Tay, on the other hand, as just a different colored goblin, um, he wouldn't have paid like 10 times. He would have paid a decent amount, but he had no limit. But the catcher is he has like the bracelet that you guys told Akuma to bury and all of that. It wasn't enchanted with anything, but it was something he knew to eventually hunt down and to recapture Akuma.
He had a good time, I bet, just seeing that it was at the underneath a creek bed at the end of a river or whatever.
Saying that you guys chose not to accept it, he's realized that it's no point to kind of hunt down people.
I mean, she took the bracelet, but
Did she?
yeah. And then I think we ended up burying it in the sand outside the front gate or whatever, right?
You know, I mean,
Yeah.
she took it, but you guys made her bury it. That's
Yeah,
what I'm
because I
saying.
knew for a fact, being a wizard myself, that
And now it's
locate
under a
object is a
river.
thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
I think even Zoe had locate object, and I was like, yeah, no,
Mm.
this thing's tracking whether it's magical or not. It's tracking, like,
but if she would have took anything else from him, like a
I
lot,
didn't trust it.
she would have been like unable to leave. Like if you sold Tay and Akuma to him, they would have been instantly placed in like a type of shackles in a sense that they can't break out of, and it's kind of like you guys would have to go and fight to get them back.
I wasn't gonna do it, which is why I said such an outrageous fee, but I just wanted to know if there was like a monetary value that he was willing to pay for it.
He has no limit. Again,
So
he's not
what would
even
he
he's not
what
even
number, if I had named, would he have made the deal is more what I'm asking.
like if I for me personally, if I felt like you were just trying to really call out some absurd number, like, oh, give me 1,000,000 platinum, I probably would have like
I think I said 20,000 platinum or something.
I
Yeah, I
would
think you did say.
it. Okay, so let's say that if you like 20,000 platinum, he would have done it.
I did say that, I believe. 20,000 plus one of the slaves he had there, I think was what I said.
Yeah, you did say it was like 20,000 plus his best slave.
Um, he would even be willing to double it to 4,000 and not lose a slave. Um, Keynote, the one that was talking to you guys, the that had the like a little bit more of the brownish skin. That was the child that Moss was supposedly protecting from the older brother and sister at the mansion, but he was sold off, and that's where he got sold.
Oh,
Unlucky.
good for him. Too
How
bad he
upset
doesn't
were
have
you
Moss with us anymore.
I know.
How upset were you that the orb never could take a hold of Arissa? She's never filled a roll against it, and she beat it twice, I think,
Oh,
rolling against it.
I was really hoping because I knew you, depending the higher you guys or the longer you guys kept going,
Did Zoe
you
end
would
up getting drawn to it at some point?
Yeah, I think everyone apart from
Yeah.
you.
yeah,
I
you
don't
guys
remember.
you would have used like a lot of magic to go. And it's like I knew nobody could physically stop you because it's like you can misty step away, dimension door away, fly away. And it was just like creating a huge hassle of putting you guys out of place. That like because again you guys were like especially during the fight of Porridge, uh, it would have been very awkward if one of you had to go get Orisa while the other half fought. And I would have been like, it would have been a couple of turns before the other two come back.
Mhm.
So,
Ah, I pulled them shenanigans. Oh, I love it as well. Then I read the modified memory against the orb. You were like, I's never gonna beat this roll, and then the fucking beat the roll. It's just like, yeah.
but it was a really good, like, it was a solid mess with you guys, and I liked it. And it did a little bit of its job, but you guys were able to constantly either keep the people in check or bring them back. So, it was fine. You guys did great.
Nice.
Anything else for that time frame?
What up to what?
I think it was like Kuma dying. I think that Kuma dying was the end point.
No, it was pretty much the
The water temple.
going to the orb and all the way to the temple, like before the shadow fell.
Oh, okay.
Would Zoe be able to get a wish from his genie at some point? For all his service, his 1,113 years of service or whatever.
I don't know about a wish. You know, that's not exactly what genies do, but you know,
Sure.
uh,
but because of the fact that uh, Zoe's story was kind of cut short, and again, also due to the fact of like it's hard for me to always. I really wanted to play a lot of the genie with you guys. Like when stuff was happening, I really wanted to bring him out and be like say some funny stuff and then kind of pull back in. But it was just hard to remember that all the time.
That existed.
Yeah. But when you guys went to the library, he was pretty much shown what happened, and so he kind of like remembers who he previously was, but can no
DNA.
longer, can no longer go back to her, and so it's like he has to learn this new him. So it would have been definitely a joyride of trying to figure out your own self.
Because we didn't touch on it, but I think post campaign, Zoe probably just like, since he got reintroduced to acting now with what remains of his family, he probably just continued doing some acting and then eventually just never ended up finding love and just wondered what happened to his friends back on the material plane and retired somewhere on the airplane and faded into obscurity.
I will say you.
I don't think Zoe ever found out. Nobody ever messaged to let him know
No,
or
I would
anything.
like every time I put it at some point messages. You probably go like, fuck.
I would say this.
10 years later,
There's
just out of nowhere. Hey Zoe, Tay's dead. The rest of us are alive. Nice to talk to you.
No,
What the
everyone.
heck?
there was a lot of different places of realms, different entities watching that fight very closely. There are some that as like what was stated, like the King of the Fae, who seemed to have taken what happened um, bad way because it must have changed the balance in some course. Uh, um, uh, let's see. But there was a lot of others that were like, we, like, again, like what you guys told in the water temple, they were watching and was cheering you on and hope that you continued. So there were some that believed that good should always prevail, and there were some that state that there's a balance to everything and it has to be good or bad regardless. So Poe would have found out. Or not Poe, sorry. Zoe would have found out.
Oh, already knew, right?
He did. Zoe would
Well, my
have.
next character, I need to change. I need to change my next character's name to only be 2 letters, and it needs to end with an O now. So, thanks
Bo.
for that. Thanks for reminding me.
No.
Bo.
No, can't do Bo.
Can't do
Spell
Bo?
it go.
Can't do Bo.
Go
Uh,
with a G.
Go.
Well, you have FCG, so I don't see why not, right?
Joe.
Well,
Technically ends with an E and is 3 letters, right?
why don't we?
Go Jojo.
No. Why don't
I'll
we?
name my character Joseph Joestar.
Oh God.
What are you talking about? I'm so confused. Like I literally dropped the
It
moment you
doesn't
guys
matter
started naming.
anymore. We're off track.
The moment you started going
Oh.
off track, I just zoned out.
Why don't we go to the end? So when you guys went to the Shadowfell, to the very end.
Oh God.
Okay. For this final part of this campaign, I need to know: was Alistar's sister in the bear cave?
Oh my fucking god.
I'm sorry, I just had to troll a little bit.
Oh my gosh.
Uh, the um.
So if he
So
didn't
you
go, if
mentioned
the Raven Queen bullshit, if he didn't go help her, would we just not like, okay, no, you don't get your soul back, and let's see how we get to the other place now?
Um,
Or was it like a must do?
it was kind of more of like a must do because the idea is that Lord Spectre could not. He couldn't hold that realm and do a lot of things that the Raven Queen could have done, and so uh, I wanted to do the soul reuniting part, and I thought that who has better control of souls? The Queen of the Shadowfell. So it would have
Mm.
made sense that you guys go to get her, and then she pretty much, as a reward, reunites you with a part of yourself.
Mm.
So it was kind of more of like if you guys chose not to go, he would have like probably asked the other group, and they would have said yes. You guys would have like never got your soul back. Pretty much, that's the whole idea.
Oh, okay.
so. Does
So,
Zoe ever end up getting his fragment of his soul back?
Uh, with a little bit of finagling from your genie and the queen, yes. But it takes a lot longer because it's kind of like, all right, I'm
You
not, I'm not
gotta send it through the mail rather than just a direct delivery.
dimensional mail.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure that thing exists for all of the planes that aren't 1,000 years behind in technology.
I'm sorry, I don't have a chariot that delivers God mail.
Well, I'm saying
oh,
you had
I,
told me kind of off screen, like the material plane's about 1,000 years behind all the other planes in tech, right?
It's not in tech. It's just they are 1,000 years behind regardless, whether tech or not. It's just 1,000 years behind regardless. So every other plane is on the same line. They all understand like what the actual date is and so on and so forth.
uh, I got one. Actually, I just thought about this one. If Xillia did not get pushed through the prismatic wall, would she have stolen the orbs or those little pearls from Tay?
Uh, there was a possibility of that happening. It
I honestly, I thought about that. I was like, if she didn't get pushed through the wall,
if
I could have seen.
it really would have went down of like a couple of conversations after that whole fight if she still stayed of seeing how invested you are into this because she was also pretty determined that you know my whole original family's gone. I've she doesn't really have a lot of time with you guys as well, so it's kind of like she's in the middle. So she definitely would have like attempted to steal those from you, and then uh, kind of like would have confronted Arissa and been like, "Hey, let me know when you guys are about to leave. I'm going to do this instead. Tay needs to live." And
I'm
so
gonna be, I'm gonna be entirely honest. The whole romance between those two was entirely by accident. That was not meant to happen.
You guys threw a dagger at each other.
no,
That romance?
that was Akuma
No.
and Tay.
Then what romance are we talking about?
Tay and Exuya.
There's romance there?
Yeah, did you
Apparently,
Am
notice
I
it?
bad at reading romance?
Yeah,
It's
you are.
Okay.
it's weird
I,
because of the fact that Tay
it
was
was entirely an accident. It
I
was
thought
more
it was
like
like
she
really
started.
awkward, but I didn't
it
realize it was
was
romance.
it was awkward. It was an awkward romance because Tay was one of the first ones to offer kindness after you guys saved her. Uh, but there wasn't a lot of dealings with her, and so like it's kind of like one of those I don't know where we stand type ordeal. Is this
I'm-
something or is this not? And then
It
when
was like one of those things where it's like she kept worrying about her, and I'm like, she's thinking about her a lot. So, oh God,
and
that
then
was literally was like
when it
it
kind of
kind of
came
like
to the death thing, it was just like I kind of like same thing. It's like I guess you do this for a loved one, and so like she was willing to like sacrifice herself so that you can experience life because she thought you deserve it. And in a weird way, it was kind of like what you would do for your loved one, for your other.
wow.
On the note of showing her kindness, I think Tay was in a good spot to do that because pretty much everyone else there wasn't there when the thing happened except for Akuma, I think.
Yeah.
And Akuma probably wasn't going to help anyone.
The way I looked at it between those two was with Akuma. It was like she liked Tay for how Tay was, and then Exulia was she liked Tay because she saw Tay as more than what she was and more like what she
what she
could be.
could be.
I thought there was a very interesting semi triangle. Was it to me? It looked like Akuma liked Voss, and then Tay liked Akuma, and it was just
Yeah,
like this would have been a very interesting little triangle of effects, but you know,
never really got that.
yeah, it never went that far.
Oh my god.
Because I think even if Teller was there, Teller probably would have just been quiet and tried to avoid making eye contact. I don't think he would have even. Well, because when Exuyo was running away, he ran to the window and looked at Akuma and said that Akuma needed to finish her. So, like,
Yeah,
yeah, he was like, "Don't let her get away." Pretty
how
much.
would he have how would he have reacted towards that whole thing if he never
Not well.
if you never got rid of him and it was like that whole thing with Tay and her happening, it would have been just
Not well at all. He would not have done very well with uh catching up with his mistakes. I base Teller
okay.
a lot off of my father in certain
I
ways.
got
And
I gotta ask, like
when
what did Teller do that got Sona so mad at him? Was it the whole mansion thing or was it something else?
betraying her trust, more or
They
less,
Teller and Sona was together a very long
20
time,
years or something like that.
and so they built a very solid foundation of trust and friendship. And it was the fact that Teller went and done something that was never like him before.
In Teller's eyes, Teller was protecting his clan, but to Sona, it just looked like he was attacking people.
It looked like it
No
wasn't
reason.
Teller. It looked like he was somebody who didn't, in a sense, didn't follow the rules that he followed when he was at like the guild temple and all of that. And so she was just so extremely upset because it was a old childhood friend, in a sense, uh, that just went off the deep end, and it was like I don't even know who you are anymore. And so she just got extremely pissed.
Yeah, Teller and Sona had a conversation about it, and that was in Fopalis, and that was where
That
they just kind of
that made it
didn't talk
worse.
again.
The
Yeah,
way the conversation went, it actually got worse.
because Teller stood his ground. He did not back down, which was kind of the way he was designed to be, a stubborn
Yeah.
old man, uh,
But
who still didn't like any humans except for Arissa when he died. Uh,
but
Did
unfortunately,
he get punched? Did he get punched by Sona?
no, because if he did, he'd be dead. Well, he is dead. He would have been dead there because he did not have much constitution left.
But Sona did punch something during the conversation. I think it was the table,
Yeah,
very loudly until her got quiet for like a minute afterwards.
she
But-
also was a very, I guess you can say, stubborn person as well, and stood
Yeah.
her
So
ground.
two,
Yeah, they
two
both
stubborn
stood
people
their
that
ground, and neither of them was actually willing to listen to the other, so it just made things worse, which is not a good thing. Which, if you remember, Podan said something about that's the lady who hates my grandpa or something when he saw Sona, because that's all he knew, and that was all Teller had told him, was that Sona hated him now.
Yep.
I just realized that what I did with Orissa's might have been an interesting thing. I know you're not gonna answer it because it's not the question, but I just realized that me putting Orissa on the path that she's on now, and all the things that I've been watching her, that's gonna be a interesting thing. It's like, hey, wait, this mortal mage who did all this fucking bullshit is now on their way to do something not really probably in the interest of all these entities looking at what's going on.
It's a hard one for sure.
The
Because
library's probably scared, because now you might actually end up with the power to burn it down. I know you don't want to, but if you
No, he's
have
my
that
buddy.
power,
He's my buddy. Hello.
he's your best friend. But I mean, it's eventually going to be to that point where you're like, it's your best friend, but you know your best friend brought a gun with them to your house, and you're just like, "Hey, how you doing?
you still
I mean,
Why'd you bring that?"
you still like me, right? Like
We're still good.
I mean,
We're
Orissa,
still
let me
good.
just,
we're still
Orissa
What
friends,
can I
bro.
help
opens
you
her,
with?
I
You need
Orissa
any
opens the
sort of
drawer.
key?
You call that a gun? This is a gun. Picks out a
Yeah.
shotgun.
I told you I'd bring back the $5 to you tomorrow. It
Oh, I didn't owe you $5. How about I give you 10?
what's happening is very interesting because of the fact Orissa's not. What's only keeping, in a sense, Orissa safe is the fact she's a title holder, but that doesn't necessarily grant her power, but in a sense, protection. And so, like, it is very interesting that they're seeing this happen, and a little bit of time to think about all of what will transpire. So things will come and go.
It's more like
Ah,
I think I'm more like like for me it's more like giving you like as a DM more like a interesting like say that the next campaign goes into high level than to actually pull Arissa maybe again into the story at really high level and be like this is what she's been up to and all the time that we've been gone and we see where it goes.
I've thought of ideas,
Oh.
so we'll see what will happen.
I mean,
'Cause
if
it's
we
like,
encounter a tribe of furbolgs, they're gonna have a moldy shaman as
Mhm.
their
leader.
Because
not
it's like for
leader,
me, it's
but-
more like if Arissa seems like the kind of person with like fucking 20 intelligence, all that bullshit, she would fucking pull this stunt. She'd be like, you know what, I'm gonna go all the way. Fuck all these people. I'm gonna make my own. Like especially considering how she dislikes fate. She's like, fuck fate. I'm gonna like challenge fate itself.
Yeah, that's if Arissa's trying to go down the path of challenging, like she'll meet said challenge. But again,
Exactly. That's what I said. It's like a fun thing for the future. It's like if it ever becomes a reality. If it not, then not. But it's more like
we
I
have a level
like
21 shot down the line where Arissa's just fighting fate.
the gods.
Yeah.
No, but the thing is,
Boxing
like
gloves on and all.
giving Joseph, like I've been giving Joseph this entire campaign, like loaded gun after loaded gun after loaded gun. Like do something with this, shoot us with it. I don't care. It's like it's gonna be great. It is made a fantastic campaign.
You just been keep giving me bullets, and I keep loading the gun, but it
campaign-
doesn't.
Next campaign, please don't resurrect a random mage you find.
No, don't worry about it. I mean, the thing is, like, honestly, I thought that she would be good. Like, I honestly believed that she would be. I had no clue that Joseph would twist it to this. I thought she
Well,
was a good person. That's why Ace wanted her dead.
Again, like when you decide to go through the whole path of resurrecting her,
I didn't trust her
I-
because she was friends with Ace.
I had
before
to
all that.
think of all of the things like what she was before. Why did Ace kill her? Because it was supposed to just really show the fact that Ace has really gone down this dark path of
Yeah,
killing even somebody that was in a sense represented as his friend. and it was just like, he's gone off the deep end. Oh no!
Yeah,
But
that's right. That's right. I honestly believe that she was a good person
I would
at that time.
I had to go through, and I was like, she is powerful, so she wouldn't just sit by and do nothing. But then the idea was just, what if it was to stop her? And I was at work, and then I was just,
Oh shit.
and so like,
So with the information I had at the time, I was doing nothing wrong. But then afterwards, Joseph twisted my good intentions into evil.
yes,
Yep.
because
The road to hell. The road to hell is paved on good intentions. So they always say.
Exactly.
keep in
Yeah,
mind,
exactly.
I have one checking, two, and I think this
wait.
is, yeah, I have three books, right? Solid books of notes that I have constantly been taking, that you guys have been doing. And it's just like upgrading.
If we would have kept Teller alive, Clay, could he have been the one that would have been the vassal for the pearls?
Hell no.
No. Teller cared way too much about preserving knowledge to let himself die.
I mean, the only person who realistically, if you take the original
Boss,
people in the
maybe.
campaign, it's
Boss
Voss
is
or
strong
Tay
enough.
in the end. Like
Yeah.
one of those two would have done
It would
it.
have to be someone who can do like melee with a Titan.
It's more like the one who
yeah.
could actually kill it and not die themselves.
I will say I had also debated playing as an orc fighter, instead of playing as Zoe. But I decided I didn't want to go down that route for the campaign at its current point in time. But I had considered playing as a fighter instead.
That would have been
I'll tell
interesting,
you a
actually.
little bit of tidbits that only really revolves around this particular campaign that you guys did or did not pursue further or whatever. So first off, there were a couple of kind of like archmages in training, let's say, right? These individuals were being spotted as potential of archmages in the future if their training went successful. Which one of them, you guys had met before. What was her name? Cipher. Cipher was one of them. The other one was a character of mine that you guys never met because you never went to Scony.
I mean, we weren't gonna. Well, I went to Scony. It was just.
It was way too later.
Yeah, and I was superheroing it, and then I had my
probably did.
sidekick.
So there was that.
The Grey Goblin and what was I called?
Moldy.
No, Tay was green
No,
at that
you were
time.
Green Goblin.
Green Devil and Cowboy.
Green Devil and Cowboy.
So you guys missed an opportunity to meet that one. Plus, you missed an opportunity to miss the original creation of Sykes or Tarot, which was the frozen statue tiefling in the above temple. If you,
We weren't gonna let him out.
I wanted to fuck with that, but we were still on a mission and I didn't want to fuck with it. And I was just like,
I so badly wanted to touch it.
he is still sitting there, waiting to fight this. Whenever this guy, what was there was pretty much.
We should have offered to free him from Stone and be like, "You guys can have your final fight. It'll be fine."
The guy, the shadow entity that was there, was in a sense another lich, but a more melee version of a lich, who followed the same path as Lily did, but his main goal was to fight this guy. But because the Titan of Gnosis stopped all of this, right? He's the one who turned everybody to stone and created this mausoleum. The fight was put on hold. And then when all of the demons got loose again, he just sat there. He didn't want nothing to do with anybody or anything. So that was his only drive.
Was that like his? That was like his ego basically taking over right there. He's like, "Hey, you want to
He
help us? No, I don't want to."
his mind has kind of already gone past the point that
Isn't there a D&D creature that is a lich that's mind has deteriorated? Isn't that an actual creature that exists?
Yeah.
Lich.
yes, it is it's kind of like just the skull of a lich.
Lich should take up.
Uh,
Oh man, next campaign is gonna be interesting.
second or not second,
Hmm.
third, um, you
God.
guys could have maybe taken a slightly different path if you would have freed Gnosis, the Titan, and allowed him to. He would have taken over a vessel that wasn't necessarily his, but would have also kind of performed the job, which the closest one would have actually been Basira. Because she was a follower of his god.
Speaking of that, yeah, I was speaking of that. That just reminded me of a question I forgot to write down. The whole sword thing that Basira and Teller had in common.
From what I remember, Basira was gifted that by her kind of like temple teacher, and she understood the path of what that represented, but she was trying to forge a brighter light. And my whole ideal for her was to make her as much of a Darth Vader as possible. So those gauntlets, for an example, that created fear, was made for her specifically. But it was, time and stuff like that.
I just remember there was an awkward interaction where like Basira and Teller were both helping people onto the cart, and they kind of like looked at each other's swords and then like made eye contact, or were just like, okay, because they both had great passive perceptions, and they were both kind of just like, why do you have that?
Yeah,
Why do you have it?
I would have liked that to go a lot further because it would have made interesting. But and then the last thing that I can remember, you guys could have saved Goro.
Saved who?
Goro.
How could we? Wait, I'm curious. How could we?
The idea was the red eyes was the giveaway that he was being manipulated and or controlled. His whole purpose of being created was to protect, and so if you guys used an action to, in a sense,
I didn't prepare sort of spell that would have
in this way to persuade him, and if you guys rolled good enough, he would have snapped out of it and have joined your side.
My persuasion sucks.
I mean, Orisa could have done it, but Orisa wasn't really in the mind.
Yeah.
And so
the red eyes I just assumed meant evil, and I was like, kill.
Which is good because like you guys did what you did on instinct, but like if you looked and thought about it, he was created for good, and the fact those red eyes was an indicator that he was being manipulated.
Well, the thing is, like, as well.
He had always sort of seemed like an enemy to our group specifically, I guess, as players.
Yeah, yes, he did.
He
like flew down and threatened to kill half of our group. One time,
because you guys were actually very dangerous.
Hey, we are
we're still very dangerous.
And that's why he did it. But at the same time,
that's because the Akuma thing.
He listened to what you guys had said and is like willing to give you guys the chance. The example was that you guys have seen, like with Zoe, I think it was going through the dream stuff. You saw the red eye staring back, and that was the Titan. And so I tried to make sure that there was a little bit of bits in there that red eyes.
You said something like none of you have ever seen this before, or something when you were describing the Titan, and I instantly went, Zoe has, but I can't say anything because Zoe's not here.
So yeah, like
Because as soon as you started describing it, I instantly made the link like, that's the thing Zoe saw.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah.
gosh, I
So
want to ask this question,
you
but
could have attempted to save Goro. He would have been freed, and he would have continued trying to do what he does best. Maybe try to figure a little bit more about himself, but being a protector. He might have also would been a guardian of the uh, the prisoned god to make sure nobody steps here again, so that this never happened again.
It was a lot more fun killing him the way he did.
I'm not saying it wasn't
Sure.
fun. I'm just saying there was a choice that you could have. The only reason why he was when you guys were on your what was it month or a year hiatus or whatever, um, the reason why he was
I thought
acting weird was because the Titan was constantly trying to influence him, and he was trying to fight it as much as possible. But
Being a
he was
defender, he incinerated a random man very quickly.
that was the Titan.
Yeah.
He
I was scared of him at that point, and I was like, "Oh, he's
he
probably
was
evil."
he was losing a battle, and each of you could have attempted to do something, like even with Arissa and Alec, where he flew off and released like a lot of uh, magic, like electricity and stuff. He was trying not to hurt people that didn't deserve to be hurt, but there was the Titan in his mind that was like kind of like what was happening with Akuma, kill, kill, kill. And he's just, can you please stop?
I think at that point, just like for me, of my character's perspective, like Arissa at that point didn't give a shit anymore. She's just like, everyone has to die, faces us, and like don't like indiscriminately everyone has to die.
Oh no,
Like no attempted,
Yeah.
no attempted redemption. Everyone dies. Like there's no more maybes and biting me in the ass. Everyone dies.
The only interaction Poe had with him, anyways, was him incinerating a man directly in front of Poe. So
and Tay was already a little fearful of him because he was
he
told
threatened to
that.
kill Tay.
Yeah.
no. I mean, like again, like you guys were fine on what you did. It was like a hidden part of the story that you could have chose if that's what you know. I wonder if this would have been a thing, and if you guys tried, I would have mentioned a reaction of some sorts.
Yeah,
But-
I think I said like. I think Arissa at that point explicitly was mainly the driving decision of the group. It's like she was so fucking done with all this bullshit. She was like, no. Like I've already suffered through enough in all the choices I've made, keeping people alive, letting them do things have only backfired, so everyone dies now.
Or not even keeping them alive, bringing them back.
Yeah, exactly. So it's like no more. It's like everything dies now.
Well,
Show any form of hostile intent, they have to die.
We
well,
should take this advice in the next
How-
campaign, and everything
How
dies.
different? I gotta ask this one then.
this
How
will be the
different
last.
is Arissa? Oh, this is for Arissa. Oh.
Yeah, that's
Mhm.
fine. That's fine.
How different is Arissa from like after the second fight with Lily compared to after everything with the Titan and everything?
I think now she's just given
First-
everything a place and she's done. Like she's done fighting and she just wants to make the world a better place now. But she's so fucking done fighting. Like it's like the last. I think unless she has to like force her way somewhere, I think her killing those goblins was probably the last offensive spell she's gonna cast for a good long while. Like she's
That
done
That was keeping a promise.
keeping a promise, and after that she's done. Like she doesn't want to fight anymore. She just wants the world to be a better place now. She's dealt with his death in silence for 2 months, and now she's just like, okay, I'm done fighting. I'm just gonna try to make the world a better place. So I think she's gone through a lot of emotional journey, and from like fighting Lily the first time to fighting her the second time, she's just revenge. And after Lily fighting Lily the second time and killing her, she was like, okay, whatever comes next has to die, and then I'm done killing. And then delivering on the promise, and then I'm done killing. Like she had like, and then like when you have so much power, you also have, as he said, because I quoted the Spider-Man thing with like responsibility. Now it's time to deliver on that responsibility and make the world a better place.
I think that's a great way to end on it. So, yeah, thank you again for the people that that watch this. Because again, we do this for fun, and a great way to get this type of story out there as well, so that maybe somebody else could create something off of this. And it's going to be hard to like not rethink a lot of these stories through this whole thing, because like this was time spent on this. So like I'm happy. I hope you guys are happy, and the people at home who watch this are happy. Um, and I do miss the people that came and gone from us. Would have been great to have all the original cast, but you know, life holds its own deck of cards. But with that, we will be on a whole new system for our next campaign. So hopefully you guys enjoy that, because I enjoy it, and I haven't even really got to play with it. But I think for the final end of this is good job, Team B. You guys did great.
Forgot that was
I forgot that was our name too.
we were
That's a
the
fucking
Soul
stupid joke.
Hunters now or something.
I've never forgotten.
Yes, that's
I-
stupid joke.
Like we go from Team B to Soul Hunters.
What was
too.
that? That was second session where we came up with that. We were being split between.
No, we didn't even.
It was
We didn't even come
the
up with
first
that.
the first
Boombo-
session. You guys were
Yeah,
just
but
being
when we decided that was how we wanted to be represented, when was that?
the first
Because
session.
Vuva assigned it to us first session, right?
Yeah.
But when did we
Yeah.
decide that that was our actual group name? Is what I'm asking.
Probably
I
the
thought
It was like
first.
third, fourth, maybe.
Maybe probably the fourth or third when you guys got back. But I really do think it was the first one, because of the fact the idea was like, no, you chose us to be Team B, and we the one who took care of everything for Team B.
You can send in the A team, and we'll clean it up after.
Yeah. So.
And then we ended up being the A team that we had to clean up our own mess from. But
Yeah.
But anyways,
Listen.
thank you everybody for coming out and watching all of us joke around and have fun. Because at the end of the day, that's all it is. But for this chapter of the Ostax Trials, as it closes, I hope you all have a wonderful day and a wonderful night. Catch you later. Bye.
bye.